Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free, with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. That's right, this is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host. Oh, there we go. I am your host, Michael Voss, the dragon of this. Oh, God, let me fix this. All right, there we go. Try it again from the top. Hello, everybody. We are live. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our office in the Bronx, New York. It is Sunday the 29th at 2:30, and minus the technical difficulties, we are here with you live. And I hope you're going to enjoy this. Obviously, we're going to be spending a little time talking about the issues that matter to you. What's happening in the Middle East, the breaking news that is coming out, talking about the 2024 election, Kamala Harris going down to the border, some of her thoughts about that, her recent interview with MSNBC, and the farce that was, as well as several other issues, kind of like even Eric Adams now being indicted. What does that mean to Democrats? Because it is a message to Democrats directly. We'll be talking about all of that and more, as well as being able to take your phone calls. As you can see coming across the screen right now, the phone number is 929-715-8569. You are more than welcome to call in at any time to talk about whatever issue is on your mind. Whether you agree with me or disagree, that's perfectly fine as long as it is respectful. But we want to hear your voices from across the world because unlike John Kerry, we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in having Americans and people from around the world talking about the issues that matter to them, not being silenced. John Kerry seems to disagree. The WEF seem to disagree with that, but we will get into that as well. So we're going to talk about a lot of things. For those who are new to the channel, I want to say thank you for joining us. I'm happy to have you here along with the audience that we always have. And we want you to know we do long-form political commentary. That means we go backwards in time as well as evaluate what's happening right now so we can understand what's going to happen in the future. And we do this because of our belief in the First Amendment, as I mentioned. And how we do this is we start off with any breaking news that we believe is relevant. We then go into the international, and then we go into the domestic U.S. But in all of these elements, we look at how these things are interplaying, how one affects the other. So how the international affects the United States, how the United States affects the international, how we are being affected around the world because we all live together. So we hope you will enjoy that. Of course, at any time you can leave a comment. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble, and several other platforms, not Twitter. I'm not going to give them money, at least not now. And so we're live, so you can leave your comments, and we'll be happy to see that. You can also super chat. That is available on both YouTube and as well on our Rumble channel. So we hope to see your comments. We do look forward to them. So, with that, let's see. With that all said, let me. I got thrown off because there was some breaking news just before the show, or breaking news that just came out ahead of the show. We were reading about that, and then my dog, who's 13 years old, decided to break his regular schedule, and so that kind of threw me off as well. So I apologize for that. But with those things known, let me step over, and perhaps one of the more important things is the breaking news. Now, I do not value Al Jazeera. I think Al Jazeera is beyond the bias of things like an MSNBC, beyond the bias of the far left like the Huffington Post here in the United States. Al Jazeera is an outlet for terrorism, and everything that Al Jazeera writes must be considered suspect. It is not in and of itself confirmable. We do not believe they are a credible news agency. They are a propaganda wing at the most extreme of levels. But just before the show, we saw the news that it is now alleged by Al Jazeera that the Israeli army has launched an air raid on Yemen. That's not correct. It's on the Houthi terrorists that are in control of northern Yemen. So Israel is not attacking the nation of Yemen, which is what Al Jazeera wants to make people think by their headline. That is incorrect. And an example of the extreme propaganda and the pro-terrorist nature of Al Jazeera, that they're misrepresenting the news. But it is important that elements of the Houthi terrorists in Yemen have been attacked. These are the same terrorists that for the last roughly 11 months have been attacking the United States, both private and military ships, our allies in the United Kingdom, in Japan. International shipping has been averted, and thus increasing the cost to everyone in the world for food, for fuel, for various goods that you buy. Everything costs a little bit more because of what the Houthis, the war, an undeclared war that they have been having in the Red Sea. So this is relevant to everyone. And so Israel decided to retaliate against the Houthis. Why? Because last week the Houthis fired a hypersonic missile. This is important. A hypersonic missile that cannot be shot down by the Iron Dome. The United States has no protection against hypersonic missiles. This is something that is being made by China, by North Korea, and we believe is trying to be adapted and developed by Iran. Hypersonic missiles, matter of fact, and the Russians as well, to be clear, because this is a counter to all of the U.S.-based defenses. And so with the Houthis having it, that just raises the bar of the amount of terrorism that could be afflicting not just the Middle East, but also Europe. And none of the defenses of Europe, of NATO, would be able to protect the civilians. So Israel, responding to that unsolicited attack by the Houthis, decided to get retribution, to attack back. And what they did is they went after the Houthi terrorists. And we believe that they killed at least 4 individuals. Now, much like what we see with Hamas and what we see with Hezbollah, is they never count their soldiers, their members of their terrorist organization, as actual combatants. They always call them civilians. They always give their numbers of people who have been killed as if they were all civilians, even though they're not. They are militias, they are terrorist organizations, they are armed, they are trained, they are military. And like in Gaza, we know that roughly about 20 to 22,000 Hamas fighters, Hamas soldiers have been killed. Those numbers are included in the often quoted 40,000 individuals that have died in Gaza. The leftists, the more left-leaning the news media, the more likely they're going to say that it's 40,000 civilians, not taking into account there are 22,000 members of Hamas, terrorists, military combatants that are in that 43,000 number. So it's important to understand the propaganda that's being put in front of you. So when I hear that Al Jazeera, a pro-terrorist organization purporting to be honest news media, say that 4 individuals died, well, I'm not quite sure about that. I'm not sure that they were just regular people. They may well have been members of the Houthi terrorist organization, and they may be responsible for firing the missiles and rockets and killing people in the Red Sea. We don't know. And I didn't get a chance to double check with other international news agencies yet. But it does mean that Israel has once again escalated. Well, not really. I don't even know if I could say that this is Israel escalating the situation. To be fair, the Houthis have been attacking Israel for about 10 months after October 7th, along with Hezbollah, which have been attacking Israel for about 11 months after the October 7th attack by the Hamas terrorists. So when Israel is retaliating, when we see Israel attacking Hezbollah or the Houthis, they're retaliating against almost a year of direct attacks against Israel that are unwarranted. Just because Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas are all controlled by Iran, and all of them want to genocide Israel and America, for that matter, and anyone else that doesn't believe in the Ayatollah and the Iranian base of religious fanaticism. That's important to understand. But I think this is important because we've seen that Hezbollah, and we'll get into that news in just a moment, Hezbollah has suffered severely. Somewhere around 7 or 8 of the top leaders of Hezbollah, of their military, have been killed in recent attacks by Israel against Hezbollah in bombs and in other activities, like their more recent surprise attack, their hyper-targeted attacks with pagers and with walkie-talkies. So we believe they've taken that out, which has thrown Hezbollah into disarray. They no longer, or some are reporting that they do not have the capability to continue to fight and continue this undeclared war against Israel at this time, which is good news. That will eventually lead to more peace and stability in the Middle East by reducing the number of combatants that are capable of having a fight. And with the destabilization of Hezbollah, both between their communications and their leadership, it seems that Israel believes this was the time to now focus on the Houthis and to do the same thing to the Houthi terrorists that they have done to the Hezbollah terrorists, which is to destabilize them, to remove their communications and their leadership, which will lead to less attacks going forward. I do believe that Israel is justified in doing this. And I know there are some who will say, well, Israel isn't justified, this is terrorism. No, it's not. No, it's not. Israel was attacked by Hezbollah. Israel didn't attack Hezbollah first. They attacked Israel. The Houthis attacked Israel. It's not the other way around. In fact, the Houthis attacked American shipping and our military, our ships in the Red Sea unilaterally. They attacked us. We didn't attack them. And the Red Sea is a war zone. It is an undeclared war zone. The news media will not report that. But when the United States military and the United Kingdom's military are engaging in over 100 different sorties, bombing runs into Yemen to attack the Houthi terrorists, and they're receiving rocket and missile fire on a regular basis, striking their ships, having sunk civilian ships as well. People have died. That is a war zone. You're trading bombs and missiles and bullets. That's a war zone. Whether it's declared or not is immaterial. That is a war zone. And in the United States, this would fall under the War Powers Act of the president, even though Joe Biden is a zombie part-time president, he would have the War Powers Act to be able to initiate this action, but only for 30 days. And then he would have to have gone to Congress. This should have, 9 months ago, at the beginning of, roughly the beginning of 2024, February at the latest, the Biden-Harris administration should have gone to Congress to request authorization to continue to have this fight against the Houthi terrorists. Now, I think, of course, Congress would have said yes, because American ships, civilian and military, were under attack. Americans' allies, which is the UK and Japan and India, were under attack by the Houthis. So I think the Congress would have rightly said, yes, we do need to have this fight. It is important both economically and militarily, and in terms of maintaining our treaties with our allies, our close allies. So we would have had to do that. But he never has. And it's very upsetting that the mainstream news media has never explained this to the American people. They have never taken the time to say to the American people, this is an undeclared war, that the Biden-Harris administration must go to Congress and get justification and authorization to continue to fight. Or they must find another way to resolve this scenario, to do something else. It is not something that we can just keep bombing without a declaration. This is a problem that goes back to the Obama administration, when President Barack Obama decided on his own that he would use drones to attack terrorists in, again, the Houthi terrorists in Yemen, and also killed American citizens. That he was using drones to kill Americans overseas who have not been convicted of a crime and just violate their rights. And this is a further extension of that. And I'm not surprised that the Obama-Biden administration was willing to use drones to attack Americans and bomb terrorists without authorization from Congress, in violation of the Constitution. And now we see that same Biden, Joe Biden, same person, coming and deciding that he has the right to start an undeclared war in the Red Sea. I think this is very important. Not everyone will. I know some people are more concerned right now with watching their football game, and they want to see their football team win, and I get it. I mean, you can't live by politics alone. That's why every Saturday at 3 p.m., I have my Old Man Voss entertainment show where we're doing the top 10 list in sci-fi. It is something, a bit of a distraction. We need that in our lives, to step away and say, okay, for the next couple of minutes, we're going to just relax. I get that. And I understand why people are watching football right now rather than they're paying attention to the politics. But we are in prime time election 2024. This is the election season. We have credible and real threats to the United States, both economically and militarily, at this moment. It is absolutely important that the American people at least be aware of the threats to our nation and the general idea of what our leaders are doing to protect American citizens abroad and at home, and how they're helping our allies. We should have at least some idea of this. We should understand the consequences and the scope of this, that this is a war, whether it's declared or not. It's not the first time America's had an undeclared war. That's Vietnam. So we're in that same scenario right now. This is another Vietnam-type scenario, and that's a problem. Because if we do not resolve this, it will turn into another Iraq or another Iraq or Afghanistan, where the United States will be spending perhaps a decade of nonstop continuous fighting without any declared rules. More importantly, no declared victory conditions. What is a win? When are we going to be done fighting the Houthi terrorists? When they're all dead? Well, that will never happen. You can't bomb a terrorist organization to death. They are an ideology. And as long as any of them, in fact, even if you killed all of them, the ideology would continue to move forward. There would be a new generation, either the sons and daughters of the terrorists that you killed would grow up, and they would be the next generation, the cousins, the daughters, the brothers, the sisters, the moms, the dads of those that are terrorists that you kill will then pick up the mantle of that terrorism and continue. This is the reason why terrorism exists in the world today, even though we have been fighting terrorism, actively fighting terrorism, for about half a century. I mean, that's the problem. It won't go away because it can't go away, because there is always another cycle of hate. The ideology survives in the hate that created it, and it will always create more hateful people, and it will continue. So what is our victory condition in the Red Sea? Nobody knows, because Joe Biden is a zombie part-time president, because he only works from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the weekends he takes off, not including his multiple vacations that he is constantly on, because he has dementia. He doesn't have the mental capability to continue to be a functional president. And because of that, we don't know what our Middle East policy is. Our allies don't know what our Middle East policy is. Nobody in the world knows what are the victory conditions, what are the win conditions, what is the condition that would allow the United States military to leave the Red Sea and to stop fighting with the Houthis in northern Yemen. We have no idea. So that's important. We need to know what's a victory condition. When can we stop fighting? What is it that would say, okay, we're done fighting now? Whether that means we then go into a conversation about peace or ceasefire or, I don't know, negotiations of some other level. I don't know what would be the next thing. But then again, I don't know when is it that we would stop this fight? We have no idea, because we don't know why we're fighting there. Other than, yes, we have to protect ourselves and our allies, okay, but does that mean that we have to have an ongoing military presence that is constantly bombing Yemen and the Houthis? I don't know, because I don't know when that would stop. Oh, God. Does that make sense to people? I ask the audience, does it make sense? Does anyone know what is the American win condition in the Red Sea? How do we declare victory over the Houthi terrorists? Do we take out Iran? Is that our victory condition? That we remove the root of the problem, which is Iran, who are the largest funder of global terrorism in the world? They are responsible. Their puppets are Hezbollah and the Hamas and the Houthis. That all comes from, and it all stems back to Iran. So do we have to make negotiations, or we have to fight Iran? Is that what our victory condition is? See, it's a very big question, because it could mean troops on the ground at some point, because this will only continue to escalate when there is no clarity in the orders or the goals that we have. Why did we lose in Afghanistan? Ultimately, the answer is because we didn't know what the victory condition was. Same thing for Iraq. We don't know what the victory condition is. Were we going there to take over the country? Fantastic. Let's take it over. We give democracy to all of the people. Women can no longer have to worry about being poisoned because they're learning how to read and write and drive a car. We bring in our construction. We bring in the U.S. infrastructure, giving them a dollar, which is a stable currency. We would bring in the ability to have schools and hospitals and electricity and running water and sanitation. We could bring that to to Iraq, to Afghanistan. Those would be victory conditions. And that would allow the Middle East to stabilize. Whether or not they ultimately became a part of America or a Commonwealth or became independent nations, that's a different question. That's a future question. But the first thing is we stabilize the area. We go in, and some would say it's colonizing. I have no problem with that. Fine, we colonize them. We stabilize them. We educate and uplift the people there. And then we can make the next step. But that's a victory condition. We can say, oh, we've added 5 schools, and we've added 10 hospitals, and we've introduced plumbing in all of the major cities, and we've brought in clean energy or any kind of energy to even the outskirts and to the suburbs. We've paved the roads between various little towns all around Afghanistan and Iraq. These are concrete things we can point to and go, that is our mission. We did it. And now we're done. Next part of the plan, the next goal. But without that, you're fighting for God knows who knows. There's no reason. We have no purpose. We're just there and bullets are flying. And that has no end. Look, I'm as much of a war hawk as anyone. In fact, more so than many of my friends. Absolutely. My friend Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, absolutely he'll tell you every day, I am a war hawk. I have no problem fighting where there is a need to fight. I have no problem. But there must be a concrete plan. There must be a goal and a mission to attain for us to fight the good fight. Otherwise, why are we doing it? Why are we risking our sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, our good American people? Why risk them when we have no idea what the risk is for or what that risk will attain? It's not worth it. And to do that, we have to have strong leaders. It always comes back to this. We need a commander-in-chief, a strong commander-in-chief. We need a strong leader who has a plan. Whether or not it's popular with Congress, whether or not it's popular with any political party is absolutely immaterial. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I want it to be a plan that has a tangible benefit to the American people. And if there is a plan that is tangible, that has a goal that will be in the best interest of the United States, therefore in the best interest of our allies, I don't care if it's not politically expedient. Is that too much to ask for? Is that too much to expect from our government? Because it is obviously too much to expect from the zombie part-time president Joe Biden. It is absolutely too much to expect from Kamala Harris, the anointed nominee of the Democratic Party, who is completely absorbed and obsessed with running for the 2024 election and has whatever minor duties she had before, they don't exist now. She doesn't do anything except go out and campaign. And she does that poorly, and we will get into that later in the show. All right, so yes, this has upset me. And I think it should upset most people because not having a clear plan is a problem. And that's why we are seeing the undeclared war in the Red Sea is continuing to expand. At the same time that Joe Biden is guaranteeing, he is promising that as long as a Democrat, him or Kamala, are in charge, the United States will continue to fund the Ukraine in a war against Russia, that is our proxy battle. That we're going to just keep dumping money and weapons into there, and that is escalating. We've been adding our fighter jets. We've been adding tanks. We've been making sure that all of our allies are supporting and adding into that as well. Sooner or later, the commitment is going to it must include American troops on the ground because we have no goal. We have no end point. What is our mission when it comes to the Ukraine? I understand Ukraine is better than Russia. Absolutely. Zelensky is better than Putin. True, but they're both corrupt. They're both bad governments. Neither of them are, the people are good people. The governments are horrible. They're corrupt. They're vicious. They're not good in any other sense of the word. It's a relative statement to say, well, it's Ukraine over Russia. Fantastic. But neither are good countries. Neither are good leaderships, I should say. Good governments. There's no good governance there. So why are we there? When does it end? That's a big question. I will mention, and hello, hot chicks. I do see you there. Thank you for your comment. You're the first one to comment today. And I'm happy to hear people who say, Mike, but I hear what you're saying, but I disagree. That's fine. Let's talk this out. Because our leaders absolutely won't. They absolutely do not want you to have this conversation. Because in having that conversation, you must identify and recognize that the current leadership of the United States has failed. There is no other way to describe it. Our foreign policy has absolutely failed. And because of the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration, we have had the failures and the embarrassment, the rout in Afghanistan. We've seen that lead to Ukraine having a war, a proxy war. We've seen that there's the Red Sea war. We see that Americans were abandoned. 16,000 Americans were abandoned in the Sudan, which is now in the middle of a civil war as well. It is a danger. The danger levels to America and our allies has increased because we don't have a plan. Nobody knows. Nobody. And any Democrat watching this, anyone on the left watching this, what is the Biden-Harris international policy? Because I don't know what it is. I follow politics. I'm a political commentator for 18 years. Dealing with left, right, center, third parties, all of it. I've been following it, and I know legislation like the back of my hand. I can't tell you what the Biden-Harris Middle East policy is. I can't tell you what their foreign policy is because it has never been declared. We have no idea what it is. And it is important. And sadly, the debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, as well as the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, did not identify what is the U.S. foreign policy. We do know, because of history, the record has shown Donald Trump is active in foreign policy and in the Middle East, and he was capable of getting peace deals done, like the Abraham Accords, but we don't know what his policy exactly is. We know he's effective. He was effective at getting North Korea to stop firing missiles, to at least consider reunification with South Korea, at least consider ending the war with the United States, since we've been in a massive ceasefire since 1958. We know that. We know that Donald Trump was, his mere presence and his, you can even call it reckless nature, was something that held back Russia and China, but he didn't exactly have a plan. People were just afraid because he was very reactionary, and he was willing to use a big stick that the United States carries all the time. But that's not a plan. We need a plan. It's not just enough to have a strong leader. We need a strong leader with a defined plan, an end goal, something that we can say we either succeeded or we failed, and we can evaluate that and therefore evaluate the next step that we need to take, whether that means leaving or staying, or whatever it is. I don't know. I know this is heavy. It's already just the first half hour, and it's already heavy, and there's a lot of stuff. Yes, because I respect you. I believe that you have as much intelligence, if not greater, than my own. And therefore, we can talk like adults. I'm not going to give you a 30-second spiel and assume you're too dumb to notice that I've left out all the details. I won't do to you what we see in the mainstream news media. I'm not going to treat you like CNN or MSNBC, where they're going to tell you the feeling that you're supposed to have at any given moment and tell you to just bow down and obey and be quiet. I don't do that. I want you to react. I want you to have your own thoughts about this and to share it, whether you agree or disagree, whatever it is that you feel. But these are important things, because if we do not make sure that our leadership know that we are paying attention, they will do whatever they want. It turns into the Wild West. And America devolves from a constitutional republic into an authoritarian nightmare. That's what I truly believe. Now, again, you may disagree. I'm happy to hear those arguments if they exist. But I don't think they do. I think most people do see what I am talking about. But that's some of the breaking news that we see that's coming out right now. I did also want to mention, so the Middle East is a hotbed right now, and we're not hearing a lot in the mainstream news media. They are making reports, but you're not seeing this being the leading news or a continuation of news in the news cycle. They're just putting it out there on page 22, and they know that you don't read past page 3 to give it an idea. They'll put it in the news cycle and say, hey, we covered this. And they spent 30 seconds on it, and they will not talk about it anymore, even though it has massive implications for you and me. One of the things that got covered up today, we found out that the United States has been having airstrikes in Syria, that we're fighting yet another. We've been fighting the undeclared Syrian civil war, and we've been actively involved. In fact, on day one of the Biden-Harris administration in January of 2021, the first thing Joe Biden did is double the number of American troops fighting in Syria. That was his first action. We reported on that on January 22nd of 2021. It was the first thing that Joe Biden did. And it was very nonchalant. The mainstream news media did not want to discuss it, even though it was something that happened by Joe Biden's order, and it was documented around the world. The world was paying attention, but the American media wasn't. Well, here it is. Same kind of situation. The United States had airstrikes against 2 airstrikes, one of them on the 16th, one more recently. So we've been at this for a while, and we killed 37 individuals suspected of being ISIS members, ISIS and Al-Qaeda terrorists, and killed 37 of them. You would think in an election year, this would be news that we would want to hear about. We would want to hear Donald Trump. We would want to hear Kamala Harris talking about this, about what they plan to do. Are we going to continue to be in the Syrian war going forward? Whether it's under Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, are American troops going to continue to be fighting in Syria in a Syrian civil war? Again, another conflict like in the Ukraine that has no direct interest for the United States. There is no direct reason for the United States having troops fighting. And we have troops on the ground in Syria. Unlike in the Ukraine, we actually have there are over 900, it's estimated somewhere between 900 and 1,500 U.S. troops are in Syria as we speak, and they are fighting. It's not talked about very often, but it is something that we need to understand. How long are they going to continue to fight in a war that has nothing to do with the United States, that the United States has no direct benefit from? Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about it. I think it's important because that's part of the war that's happening that involves Russia, that involves Iran. It involves stability in the Middle East. This is important. And we should have some idea what's the victory condition for U.S. troops in the Syrian civil war. Which side are we on? Most Americans don't even know. We're not on the side of the current government of Syria, just in case you didn't know. We're actually opposed to the current government of Syria. And so we're supporting the uprising essentially. And we are also supporting the Kurds in the northeastern portion of Syria who are very pro-United States. Okay, we're protecting people who have been our allies in the past and are allies now. And so perhaps we're protecting them. How long do we do that? How far will we go in doing that? Because Turkey, a member of NATO, a member of the UN, they hate the Kurds. The PKK, which is a terrorist organization made up of the Kurds, the very same people, well, some of them are the same people that we're supporting in our fight in Syria. They're a terrorist organization. And some have suspected since about 2016, some have been suspecting that the PKK will become the next ISIS or Al-Qaeda. They'll just be Kurdish. And the United States is in the middle of training and arming these same individuals that may be our next future problem. But this is not a conversation that America gets to hear. Only political news junkies like me, individuals that are deep into politics, are aware of this and are talking about it, but the American people, in the dark. You probably have not heard about the PKK. You have not heard about the problem that Turkey has with the Kurds and how that is making our position in Syria more dangerous and puts American soldiers on the ground in danger. It's not a conversation you hear very often. CNN won't talk about it. MSNBC, ABC, the New York Times do not want to talk about this, but it is international news. So that's why it's important that we see right now that our fight in Syria is continuing. ISIS, which was all but eliminated under the Trump administration, is back. We have to have airstrikes against them and also Al-Qaeda. That means they're back. Do you see why we need a plan? Why we need a strong leader who can tell us what he expects to do? What is going on? What is our victory condition? When can we bring those, whether it's 900 or 1,500 troops that are in Syria fighting a Syrian civil war, when do they get to come home? When do we stop sending troops or airstrikes into Syria to fight the Syrian civil war? When do we do that? And mind you, even if you're not concerned about the war and the fighting itself, what about the economic cost? We are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to continue to have this fight in Syria. That's money that could be spent on feeding children who are hungry in the United States. That's money that could be spent to house the homeless here in the United States. That's money that could be used to help our veterans who have made the ultimate sacrifice in many ways, both mentally and physically. And we could be helping them with hundreds of millions of dollars that are being spent in a Syrian civil war where we have no end goal. We have no plan. Which one would you prefer to spend money on? It's not that our government's going to stop spending the money. If we're spending $100 million every 5 years or less in Syria, it's not like the government's suddenly going to say, oh, well, we brought our troops back, we're going to not spend that $100 million. No, the government will continue to spend that money. And since they're always going to continue to spend, if not spend more, why not spend it on the people here in the United States that need the most? I mean, that's what I think about that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you think I'm misunderstanding. I'm happy to hear your voices about this, folks. But I think it's important that nobody is talking about this because it makes it clear the United States doesn't have a foreign policy plan. We don't have a Middle East plan, and we need both. Kamala Harris has no idea what to do with this. We know Trump will react. We don't know what his plan is. But we do know he will make decisive decisions. We have seen that. He did that when he was president. And that did lead to, and ultimately, one of his plans was to increase the number of peace accords, Abraham Accords, between Israel and the rest of the Middle East. So we know he does have an end goal, which is more peace in the Middle East, more recognition of Israel, which reduces and creates more stability and reduces the need for fighting. But we don't know what his plan is for Syria. We don't even know, I don't even know if Kamala Harris knows where Syria is. In fact, we heard her say in the debate with Donald Trump, she thought that the American troops aren't fighting in any war zone in the world. Guess what, Kamala Harris? Syria is a war zone, and American troops are fighting there. So who knows if she doesn't even know where we're fighting. How can she have a plan, a comprehensive plan? She can't. And if you're voting for her, you have to understand you're voting for someone who doesn't have a plan and doesn't even know the playing field. She doesn't even know where our troops are. It's embarrassing and dangerous and potentially very dangerous. Let me move forward. As I mentioned, we know for a fact right now that Hezbollah has been thrown into the wind. As reported by the Associated Press,
Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has died. He was killed by an Israeli airstrike in the southern suburbs of Beirut.
Nasrallah is dead, and I will not shed a tear. I do not feel bad about this. I do not feel sad for him. I hope he burns in the depths of hell. I have no problem saying that. Nasrallah was a terrorist. He was a leader in Hezbollah, a terrorist organization. Nasrallah was part of the reason why terrorists would go out and bomb, suicide bomb, and kill women and children. I have no pity for him. I have no sadness in my heart that this terrorist leader is dead. That's just it. Now, I know some people say, but it's a human being. There are good human beings, there are bad human beings. He was a bad human being. The world is better off for him no longer existing. And I am happy for that. Now, there are some people who say, but you just don't understand, Mike. Yeah, I do. I do. Anyone who orders suicide bombings, attacks on women and children, who would attack civilians, not military installations, not the military, purposefully and willingly targeting civilians, women and children, just because it makes people fearful. Anyone who would do that, I do not miss them when they leave this planet, when they are no longer alive. I have no problem with that. I do not miss them. Goodbye, good riddance. I'm glad the world has just improved just a little bit because Nasrallah is dead. Hassan Nasrallah is dead, and that is a good thing. Hezbollah is upset. And anything that upsets a terrorist organization makes me happy. You may get different mileage out of this. It may not mean as much to you. You may be upset because you are pro-Hamas, pro-Iran, pro-terrorism. And if you are, I don't care about your opinion. If you support terrorism, then your opinion doesn't matter to me. But unless you're pro-terrorism, I think you have to be a little bit happy right now. Unless, Nasrallah was your brother, your uncle, your dad. I can see those people, his immediate family, I can see why they would be sad. And for them, sorry, but, he was an evil man. He needed to die. Period. Full stop. I'm not upset about saying that. They say nice things about the dead, not this one. So it is good because this, in combination with an additional 7 other leaders of the terrorist organization Hamas, Hezbollah, are all dead. And with the recent pager targeted bombing attack and the recent walkie-talkie targeted bombing attack by Israel, the capability of the terrorist organization Hezbollah to continue to fight has been greatly reduced, which protects innocent civilians. Remember, it's Hezbollah that fired thousands, over 6,000 missiles. I believe it's actually 8,000 missiles were fired into Israel to target not military, civilians. They fired thousands of missiles to attack moms and kids in their sleep. So I don't feel bad that Hezbollah has been disrupted. I don't feel bad that Hezbollah has lost its leadership. I am glad that they are no longer capable of firing thousands, hundreds, or even thousands of missiles at moms and kids in the middle of the night. I am happy that they have lost that capability, even for a little while. So I think Israel has done a great job there. Whether you like Israel or not is not the same thing as supporting terrorism. Terrorism is terrorism, period. You can't justify it. And there is no justification for Hezbollah or the Houthis or Hamas. There is none. That's how I feel about that. So I find that to be a very good day. What is the response by the White House? What is the response by Joe Biden, who's supposed to be the president, and Kamala Harris, who's supposed to be the vice president, who wants to be the next president? Where's their response? Don't hear it. That makes me think, what's been happening to Hamas? What's been happening? The world has now been paying attention because of Israel going after Hezbollah, which has been throwing hundreds and thousands of missiles at their civilians. And because of the Houthis firing off a hypersonic missile at the civilians in Israel, the world has been focused on Israel and these additional fronts. Israel's being attacked on 3 different sides, essentially. And so the world's been paying attention to that. But as we pay more attention to the successful counterattack of Israel versus Hezbollah and the Houthis, people have forgotten about Hamas. What is happening with Hamas? No one knows. NBC News is probably one of the worst at covering what is happening to the American hostages in Gaza as we speak. They are horrendous. Their news reporting has been some of the very, very worst. And part of that is because, according to NBC News on September 23rd, they think that there's 6 Americans that are held hostage by Hamas. They're out of their mind. The number is 18. 18. Not 6, not 3, not 5. It's 18. The number keeps changing. And most people haven't noticed that because, again, most people don't follow politics. They haven't been following this story since October 7th. And every month, every day, every week, people aren't paying attention to it with that much detail. I am. We know that on October 7th, 1,200 civilians were killed in a wanton terrorist attack by Hamas. We know during that attack, 254, not 251, 254 civilians from well over 3 dozen different countries were taken hostage by Hamas. That those hostages have been sexually abused and they have been tortured. We know that for a fact. The UN confirmed that back in December of 2023. We know it is happening. It has happened and it is happening. We know that there was a deal in November to get some of the hostages out. But initially, 32 Americans were killed by Hamas. 32. And 22 Americans were taken hostage. We know that 17 were killed that were UK, United Kingdom's civilians, Britons, and 9 were taken hostage. We know that for a fact. We know that after the first round and the so far only round of ceasefire that allowed for a hostage exchange, America got back one kid that was being held by Hamas. One. So that leaves us 21 Americans held hostage by Hamas. We know that since that time, 2 Americans were killed by Hamas since October 7th, when they were taken hostage. 2 were killed by Hamas. That leaves 19. That's it. There are 19 Americans. Somehow, if you're looking at what's going on here with NBC, somehow when they do mention Americans at all, they seem to think that there's something like 5 Americans. That's it. In fact, NBC says at least 7 people with American citizenship, in other words, American citizens, remain in Hamas captivity. 3 of them are dead. That leaves 4. Wait a minute. The number was 19. 19 Americans were initially captured by Hamas and were tortured and sexually abused. Now NBC is saying that there's 7, of which 3 are dead. So let's go with let's go with their full number, 7. So what happened to the other 12 Americans that we know were taken hostage by Hamas? What happened to them? They're not dead. They're not released. Where are they? Nobody in the news media seems to want to talk about this. Nobody, NBC, will not tell you what happened to the other 12 people. Their own reporting, as well as the reporting from the BBC, The Guardian, the Hindustan Times, every international credible news agency confirmed in October and into November, there were 22 Americans that were taken hostage. 1 was released in November. 2 were killed by Hamas, which is including the most recent 3 weeks ago, an American that was killed by Hamas rather than allowing him to be rescued. That's 2. That leaves us 19. Where are they? Here is, most recently, the 23rd of September, and we see that NBC News is telling us, well, it's down to 7. That means there's 12. 12 we have no idea about. What happened to those 12 people? They don't mention it. They have never explained the magic number. And depending on which news organization you go to, the number fluctuates. Some news organizations will say that there's only 5 Americans. And again, 3 of them are dead, meaning 2 are alive. We have some that have said that there's 7. Some have said that there are 9. The number changes over time, yet no Americans have been rescued alive. No Americans have been recovered. No Americans have been released by Hamas. Where are the Americans? Look, you can tell me that you think Israel is the good guy or the bad guy in this conflict, and I think they're the good guys. All evidence that I can find, they're the good guys. And you may disagree with that. Fine, we can have a debate about the international politics and go back over time and try and figure out when the Palestinians suddenly became good guys, because they aren't. Hamas are not good people. They're terrorists. But in that discussion, that's not going to change what happened to these American citizens. I'm concerned because Hamas took our people. When Hamas killed 34 Americans, they made this an issue for America. It stopped being just about Israel and Hamas. It became America because they killed our people. When they took our people hostage and decided to torture them and sexually abuse them, they made this an American problem. This is something that we should be seeing action on. And I know for a fact that during the DNC meeting, the anointment of Kamala Harris as the new presidential candidate for the Democratic Party in 2024, Kamala Harris went on stage with the family of one of the hostages and said, in fact, the hostage that was killed by Hamas, that family was on stage with them, and she said this is her number one priority, that she is actively, currently working with Joe Biden to try and get the hostages sent home right now. Then why do we hear nothing about it? Why are there 12 Americans that nobody knows where they are? Kamala Harris, you said you're working on this. This is your top priority. You said so at the DNC Convention to the entire world and to every single Democrat that you want to vote for you. You said this to the American people. Where are the 12 Americans? Where are they? Are they alive? Are they dead? Did they get released? What happened to them? And we have no answer. And MSNBC and CBS and ABC, CNN, they've had interviews with Kamala. Not one of them have asked about this, which is insulting. She told the world this was her top issue, getting these hostages back. So when she has a sit-down interview, not one question was asked about, hey, what is going on with the American hostages? You said it was your top priority. When are they coming home? What is their status? How many are there? Is it 3? Is it 5? Is it 7? Is it a dozen? How many Americans are held by Hamas? What are you doing to get them home? This was your promise. What are you doing? And I'll tell you why they won't tell you this. I'll tell you exactly why this is a big deal for me. And I've been talking about the status of Americans abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration since September 1st, actually before September 1st of 2021. I have been continuously talking about getting the Americans back home. 70,000 Americans now need to be returned back home. I've been talking about it nonstop for years. And the mainstream news media will not talk about this because you might not vote Democrat. That's what it comes down to, folks. It's propaganda. They don't want to talk about it because it does not fortify the 2024 election. And Democrats might lose their seats. They might lose power. They may not be able to maintain the power levels that they have at this time in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, as well as, of course, in the presidency. So since it doesn't help Democrats get elected, they won't talk about it. It doesn't matter that this is absolutely important. Every one of our allies is paying attention. And every day that goes by where Kamala Harris is not talking about the American hostages is a day where our allies in Japan, our allies in NATO, our allies in the United Kingdom are all looking at America going, America is weak. America is lost. And God help us if Kamala Harris wins because she has no idea what the stakes are. That's what the world is looking at every single day. And every day that NBC and CBS do not stand up and ask the question is another day that puts America further isolated and further at risk. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I missed you guys were commenting. Let me catch up. So, user has been banned, has joined us. Hey, hello, user. Thank you for joining us. And user says, the media can be described as a narrative crafting PR firm rather than a news at this point. Well, yeah, they're propaganda. The job of the news media at this point is propaganda. That's it, pure and simple. Hot Chicks goes on to say, Kamala treats the hostages like they got the cooties. Well, you're right, Hot Chicks. They do. I mean, she used them when she was on stage in Chicago to boost up her credibility, to boost up her likability, to try and convince Democrats they have to come out and vote straight down the line Democrat, which includes, that starts with Kamala and goes to your local councilman. You have to vote all Democrat because don't you see that family of a hostage right there on the stage with Kamala Harris? Don't you have feelings? She used them. She's trying to get votes and she got donations based on their plight and has nothing to say about it. Yeah, that's evil, in my opinion. That's evil. She's using those who are being tortured, who are being abused, who have been kidnapped. She's using them for her personal ambition and power, and the power of her party. If there's a Democrat that disagrees with me on that, and if there's anyone who disagrees with me and says, Mike, no, you just don't understand the situation, please explain it to me. If you're an elected official, anywhere in America, at any level of government, local, state, or federal, and you have more insight on this than I have available to me, and you can explain to me why Kamala Harris has said nothing while telling us this is her priority, I'd love to hear your answer. If I misunderstand anything, please inform me. You won't be beat up on. I'm thick-skinned. I don't mind being corrected. I've been corrected on this program live before. I have a great audience. They're very well informed. If I get something wrong, they will make sure I get it right. Doesn't matter. You don't have to agree with me, but they will make sure that I am talking about the facts, not something that is made up. They double check me. They're my fact checkers every day. So what's the answer? Let's see. User has been banned says, don't give them ideas. Pharma will, okay. You guys are funny talking about the COVID, talking about the pandemic. But I mean, I think this is important. Talking about what's happening in the Middle East. And I don't think enough people are. Because we are seeing the Middle East for the next president, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, it's not going to be Chase Oliver. It's not going to be Jill Stein. It's not going to be Dr. Cornel West. The third parties are dead. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to win. You know that for a fact. I'm not telling you to vote for them or not vote for them. You may believe in their ideology and you need to support them. Fantastic. Go knock your socks off. But they're not going to win. We know that for a fact. RFK is not going to win. We know that for a fact. The choice is Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. That's it. And with those two individuals, we have to decide who is the better leader, who's strong enough, who has a plan, who has a record and history of actually doing the best thing for America. And I can tell you, looking at Kamala's track record versus the track record of Donald Trump, which the mainstream news media is adamant not to mention. They keep treating Donald Trump as if we have never seen him in power before, as if he had never been president before, that everything he is saying is brand new. Oh my God, Donald Trump has a plan. Does he have a plan for the Middle East? Well, he had one before. Oh my God, Donald Trump is talking about tariffs like he's enforced tariffs before. This is not new. And they're acting as if, oh, no one's ever done this before. He did it when he was in president before, and the economy was better off. And you told us the same, the mainstream news media, everything they're saying about Donald Trump, Orange Man bad, is the exact same thing they told us in 2016. It's the exact same things they told us while he was president, that we were going to have World War III. Didn't happen. The world became more stable, more peaceful while Donald Trump was in office than before or since. That's a fact. It's irrefutable. The economy was better under Trump with tariffs. The very same type of tariffs he's talking about now, he had before for the exact same reason. America first, making America great. to reduce the number of exports coming into the United States. That's the whole point. He doesn't want people to buy foreign. He wants them to buy American. Everything that he's putting a tariff on in the rest coming from China is something that's made in the United States. He wants people to buy the American version, not the Chinese version. That's the whole point. And telling me that it'd be more expensive to buy the Chinese version, which is what Kamala Harris likes to say, it's going to cost you $4,000 more a year if you buy the Chinese version. Buy the American version, which is the whole point. He doesn't want more exports. He wants more American-made goods. Therefore, he is promoting American-made goods instead. The tariff is to punish other countries and, more importantly, to incentivize people to go buy American. Is this that hard to understand? It really isn't. And this is why the news media won't say it this way. They're going to say, oh my God, it's going to be so expensive. It's going to be just as expensive under Kamala Harris because her plans are Bidenomics. And Bidenomics is more expensive. We see it every day. When you go to the store right now, you will tell me that everything is either 40 or 100% more expensive than it was in 2021. You know it's a fact. I know it's a fact. Everybody in the country knows it's a fact. It is not my opinion, my truth. It is a fact. So that's why they say, oh, but Trump will make it more expensive. Was it more expensive in 2019, 2018? Because the same tariffs were in effect then that he's talking about putting in effect in the future. And people had more money in their pocket and had a better economy even with the tariffs because they were buying American. This shouldn't be that hard to understand. Shouldn't be. We need leadership, folks. We need people who know what the hell they're doing, that they have a plan. It's really, really important. We need to know what is the exit strategy for the Ukraine. What is it? When does that war end? When does the United States stop spending billions on that war? This is the money you could with the money that we have spent over $200 billion, well over a quarter of a trillion, almost a quarter of $1 trillion has been spent on the Ukraine in 2 years. And here's the thing. We could have solved homelessness in America and fed every hungry kid in America and still have money left over. The money we have spent on funding the Ukraine war could have resolved homelessness and hunger in America by itself and have money left over. We'd still have money to do any kind of democratic wish list idea that you want. That's how much money we have spent so far. And we have no end in sight. Joe Biden is up and down at the UN telling everybody that we need to keep pumping money into this, that we need to keep fighting. It's not our war. He has yet to mention, why is this good for America? What, because we're making loans to the Ukraine? They will never pay this back. The Ukraine, the total GDP of the Ukraine is $170 billion a year. $170 billion. They would have to liquidate their entire country and then work for another 5 to 10 years to pay back the United States all the money we have given them so far. That doesn't even count the United Kingdom. It doesn't count NATO. It doesn't count any other country in the world that also gave them money, that have given them loans, that have spent billions. Nowhere near the amount that the United States has, but billions all the same, they don't have the money. They will never pay this back. So it's not about getting our money back. We never will. This isn't about resources. They don't have resources we don't already have. So what is it? What are we getting for this? We don't have a deal with Zelensky that when the war ends, we're going to be able to get the fertilizer in the Ukraine at a discounted rate. There is no such deal. It doesn't say that we're going to suddenly get all of the crops, all the farms are going to be bought by Americans and we're going to own all of them. There is no such deal. They have nothing else strategically that we need. Yes, there are some software developers in the Ukraine. They make video games. Fantastic. They have some hacking software. Fantastic. Not changing the universe, not changing the world. That's not enough. That's not worth $200 billion. Does it not make sense? Is what I'm talking about, doesn't it make sense? Again, you don't have to like what I'm saying. Because it's not, I don't care if you like it or not. This isn't about feelings. This isn't about popularity. This is about what is effective and what is efficient for the United States. What is the best choice? That's the conversations we used to have in America. Those are the kinds of conversations we need to have again in America. Not about how do you feel. I don't care. Because you don't care how I feel. Let's be honest. You don't care. You're here to hear politics, political theory, political understanding. It's not about feelings. It's not about feelings. When I watch the progressives, there's Kit Cabello, who has the Hard Lens Media. It's a similar style of political commentary channel, except Kit is what most people would call a progressive. He's what most people would call a socialist. He's definitely on the far left. Okay. And I watch his program on a regular basis. Not because I like what he has to say. It's because he has a different viewpoint, and it's important so that I understand the issues to make sure that I'm not missing something. Is there evidence or element of fact coming from the left point of view that I have not understood, that I did not see, that they are looking at something or he found evidence of something, there's a news report out there that I'm unaware of that might change my opinion. That's why I watch Kit. Yes, I think he's a Marine and he's a decent guy from everything I can see. That's a bonus. That's a benefit. That makes him charismatic. That's a good thing. But I'm watching him for the politics, not for feelings. He doesn't make me feel better. He doesn't make the outlook feel better. He's just telling me the truth. And when I watch my good friend, Larry Sharpe, he's my friend. I watch Larry Sharpe, a libertarian. Am I watching Larry Sharpe because I want to feel good? No, I watch it because Larry is smart. He's my friend, but he's also smart. He's intelligent. He has a unique point of view. I see him go through the same information that I go through. He has a slightly different viewpoint. He explains why does he think his libertarian values are better for America. Fine, I listen to that argument. Sometimes I agree. Sometimes I disagree. And that's okay. And he's still my friend. And I will tell him to his face, I disagree with this, I agree with that. I think you're close to being right on this or way off on that. And he does the same thing to me. We listen to each other because we recognize neither of us are perfect. And maybe we have a point of view that is worthwhile. And by asking each other questions, by listening to each other, we get closer to the best answer. But my feelings have nothing to do with the analysis, the political analysis that Larry Sharpe will put out or Kit Cabello will put out. Has nothing to do with that. The biggest lie that the mainstream news media has convinced the American people is that you're supposed to like your politicians. Completely useless. Has nothing to do with it. That you're supposed to like the person you're voting for. No, you don't. Doesn't matter. Who cares? You hate them, you could hate them, and they, as long as they are efficient and effective, I don't care if you hate them, you love them, whether you want to have a beer with them or you want to punch them in the face. I don't care. Because it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is their policy effective and efficient? Does it make America better or worse? That's it. That's the only thing that matters, and that should be the only reason why you vote. I don't care how that person looks. I don't care about the color of their skin. I don't care about their gender or their sexual preference. I don't care about anything other than, is their policy effective and efficient? And if it is, I want to vote for them. If it isn't, then I won't. That's it. Feelings are useless. If you are deciding anything other than who you're going to date in your personal life based on feelings, if anything else is based on feelings, you have done something wrong. You may agree, you may disagree. It's okay. I'm thick-skinned. You can tell me that I'm wrong. I can live with it. Trust me, it wouldn't be the first time that my audience have said to me, Mike, you got that wrong. It's okay. Or saying that you disagree. Wouldn't be the first time. It's okay. I know. In other programs that people watch, they don't get to hear that. You don't hear the host say, it's okay to disagree. You hear them say, you should agree, or you must agree. If you're on the left, it's like you have to obey. You have to agree. You can't disagree. You're on the left. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a Democrat. We can disagree. I don't know. I think that's important to highlight there. So we've been talking about the Middle East, and I think it's very important. We need to get our hostages back. I think that if you, and I will say that this is my prediction, if Donald Trump wins the 2024 election, I believe that by December at the latest, the beginning of January at the latest, we will see that the American hostages, alive and or dead, will be returned to America. Whether or not there's a ceasefire deal with Israel doesn't matter. They will return the American hostages. And I do believe that in that same time frame, by the end of December or first couple of weeks of January, you will see Putin will have a ceasefire or be well into negotiations for a ceasefire in the Ukraine. I truly believe that in both cases, Hamas and Putin believe that Donald Trump is a strong enough leader and is unpredictable enough that they don't want to risk fighting him. They don't want to risk igniting him. They would rather capitulate, even if they only mean to do it temporarily, even if they're only waiting for another Democrat, another weak president to take office, like we saw Putin did when Obama was in. He went into the Crimea. That was 2014. And when Trump came in, he backed off. He did nothing. Biden came in, he went right back to the Ukraine and tried to take the rest of it over. They will stop and pause. At the least, they will pause when a strong president is in effect and take action when weak presidents are in effect. So even if they stop, they may well stop just because they're going to wait out until another weak president appears, and then they'll pick back up wherever they left off. That's the reality. And that's why I believe you will see there will be a ceasefire. Doesn't mean that the fighting is going to end in the Ukraine. No, they're going to be fighting for another decade. They're going to keep fighting. That war is not over, not even close. Even if tomorrow they said the war is over, there's still fighting going on. Absolutely. So, but they will declare or be in negotiations to have a ceasefire if Trump is elected before 2025. And you will see Hamas will give back the American hostages alive, and or most likely, I think all of them are dead. I don't think there's any American hostages still alive anymore. And the main reason why Hamas has not returned any of the American hostages is because they know that America will lose its mind. They are trying to give themselves a safety clause, a get out of jail free clause. One of the things, they want a deal that protects them from American retaliation. That's what they're waiting for. And they're not going to get it. And rather than deal with Trump, who will have a much more harsh retaliation for all the Americans that Hamas killed, Hamas would rather deal with the zombie part-time president Joe Biden, and they will give him back the bodies rather than wait until Trump shows up, because Trump may flatten Gaza because of it, and they know Joe Biden won't. So they will wait the deal out as long as they can to get the best deal that they possibly can, and they're going to go to Biden and say, here's your bodies, don't attack. No retaliation. And Biden will say yes. I truly believe that. I wish I were wrong. I wish I were wrong. But I am absolutely sure that that is true. And you can mark this down to an hour and 26 minutes into the show. And those are my two predictions. You can mark it. You can, I'll try and, I'm going to try and clip this part so that it will be easily available on the record that I've made this prediction. But we're talking about the election. And I think there is some additional news that a lot of people have not heard and may not hear, because RFK Jr. has a news media blackout against him. The Democrats hate him. I mean, they don't like me. They hate RFK Jr. They put all the news about RFK Jr. in a black hole the second that he dropped out of the Democratic Party and decided to run independently. They've made it almost impossible for anyone to find out news about RFK. And yet, RFK was still in the news. And they hated that. Oh, God, did they hate that. And what we have found is RFK is going to be on the Wisconsin ballot. They were trying to throw him off. Democrats are desperate. This is a swing state. It is important to them. And they know that if RFK's name shows up on the ballot, regardless of the fact that RFK Jr. can't win, he is going to get votes. And every vote he gets is going to hurt Kamala Harris. The Democrats are desperate, and they tried to kick him off, not for any good or valid reason. They just didn't want the competition, which is why they blackholed him in the first place with the news media, because they didn't want competition against Joe Biden, because Joe Biden couldn't win. Joe Biden would lose to RFK Jr., and they knew it. So they rigged the primaries and kicked, and rather than have any competition, they kicked RFK Jr. out of their party. They said he's a witch and tried to burn him at the stake. Again, it doesn't matter if you like RFK Jr. or not. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I think RFK Jr. is an isolationist. I think he's as leftist as Kamala Harris. I do not agree with virtually all of his policies. I think he's a bad choice for president based on his policies, not because of his political party affiliation, but because his policies don't work. I don't think he's a good, strong president or presidential candidate. But at the same time, he deserves the right to be on the ballot. And just because the Democrats don't like the competition doesn't mean he doesn't get to be there. Yes, he does. Same thing I would say about Chase Oliver, Jill Stein, Dr. Cornel West. I don't think any of them can win. to varying degrees. I disagree with all of their policies. I think they're all out of their mind to varying degrees. And I don't think any of them deserve to be president, but they deserve to be on the ballot. You deserve to have the choice. The government doesn't get to pick and choose for you. I've seen a government that picks and chooses for you. It was called the USSR, the Soviet Union. And they would put a dead guy on the ballot and the party choice. And you could choose anyone you wanted, the dead guy or the party choice. And if you picked the dead guy, by the way, yes, that would be your vote. And afterwards, a member of the KGB would be knocking on your door to talk to you about why did you pick the dead guy? But you had the right to choose the dead guy. So RFK is important. And I know that there are people who are saying their goal is twofold. One, they want RFK Jr. to run because they want him to get 5%. There's a lot of people who are looking for this, and they're talking about this actively. RFK is on the ballot in several states, and if he can get 5%, just 5% of the total vote, well then that's enough for third parties to exist, realistically exist, and have a real chance at competition in elections across America, at least until 2028. That third parties would be real choices for the American people. That, yeah, it means the libertarians would finally be a legitimate, actual group of a party, a legitimate party with tens of millions of dollars, just like the Democrats, just like the Republicans. They'd have tens of millions of dollars to put out ads all day long and try and convince you to vote for their guy. That's why they want RFK on the ballot. So the third parties will have a chance to compete on the same level as the Republicans and Democrats. Okay, that's one goal. But RFK Jr. is also, a lot of people are very excited about him because if he's in Wisconsin and Kamala Harris can barely hold that state and is likely to lose that state to Donald Trump, but because she's close, RFK, most of the people who would vote for him in this election are Democrats. Former Democrats, just like he was a former Democrat. Democrats that don't believe Kamala Harris has a plan, that don't believe in Kamala Harris, who has flip-flopped on pretty much every single position she had from 2019 to today. A person who was appointed and anointed and never received a single vote in any primary. She has never won a primary, ever. Democrats have always rejected her, and now she's running for president. And there's a bunch of Democrats who are very upset about that. There's a bunch of Democrats who are saying she's not African American. She's black, but she's not African American. She's East Indian. These are the reasons why it's important that we see RFK on the ballot, because it is the legal decision. It is the right decision. It may not make Democrats happy, but again, elections aren't about your feelings. It doesn't matter if they're happy. It doesn't matter if they feel good. He legally and morally has a right to be on the ballot, and therefore he should be on the ballot. And for those of you who are saying, but Mike, you're only saying that because you're a Republican, and like you said, it's going to help Donald Trump if he's there. Well, one, remember, there's some Republicans who are going to vote for RFK because they're never Trumpers. And that's a silly reason, but it's as good a reason as, it's the same thing as being vote blue no matter who. It's a silly reason. It makes no damn sense. It's illogical, but they're going to do it. So some of those votes, some Republicans are going to be voting for RFK, so that's not in his favor. No. And more importantly, if people have been following my coverage of the 2024 election, you'll see I've said from day one, RFK always has had the right, whether it would help or hurt, doesn't matter. he always had the right, morally and constitutionally, to be on the ballot and to have his voice heard. We believe that on this channel. We believe in the First Amendment. That means that candidates, even candidates I don't like, even candidates I don't agree with, even candidates that I am sure are going to lose, deserve the right to run. Period. I've said that since day one. It may not be popular for a lot of people, but I think that is important. And we're talking about elections, so let's keep talking about elections, because CBS is now saying that they're going to not do their journalistic duty, that in the face of everything that's going on with this election, that they give up. They're not even going to pretend to be journalists anymore. They're not even going to pretend that they have anything to do with the news media. They're going to have a debate. It's going to be a debate for the vice president. It's on October 1st, Tuesday, 9 p.m. There's going to be a debate between Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. Okay, fantastic. And it's going to be on CBS, and you'll be able to see it on... I'm going to be watching it on C-SPAN, but it will be on other channels as well. So you can see it. There's no paywall preventing you from seeing candidates in the most important election that we get to have, a presidency or vice president in this case. So you'll be able to see it. But CBS has decided that fact-checking is not going to happen. They have decided that it's not their job, that they're simply there to ask a question and shut up. And I disagree. CBS has completely failed as a news organization. They are an embarrassment as a news organization. This is embarrassing. When you have candidates for the most important position in the American government, a position that is pivotal to the world, you ask questions and you ask a follow-up. You make sure that these people are being factually correct. Now, let me be clear. I understand. Every candidate that we've ever seen, they will embellish the facts. They may even misremember some of the facts. I understand that. And you can't have a debate where everything that they say has to be questioned. You pick the big things. But when you have someone like Kamala Harris who is saying, oh, Charlottesville, well, that is a debunked lie. That is a well-known, well-researched, internationally debunked lie. And she's saying it on national TV so that she can get votes. She's trying to destroy the character of her opponent. Well, that's something that the moderator needs to speak up, because they know that the majority of people will not fact check it themselves. They may have heard this lie before, but never heard the correction. You're in real time, and this is something that is factually, it is not covered by the First Amendment. The First Amendment does not cover factual lies, knowing lies, that you knowingly tell someone something that is not true. That is not covered by the First Amendment. Thus, the saying that everyone always hears, you can't yell fire in a crowded building. Well, yes, you can. You just won't be protected by the First Amendment. Because if you lie and you know there is no fire, then you are liable for punishment because you're not protected by the First Amendment. There's the difference there. There's the part that they don't explain when they say, oh, you can't yell fire in a crowded... Oh, sure I can. If there's a fire, I absolutely can say that. If I think there's a fire, I credibly, realistically think there is a fire, I can absolutely say it. And I will be protected. But if I say it and I know there is no fire, well, I can still say it. It's just that now I'm liable. Now I can be punished because I knew it wasn't true. It's because I purposefully lied. And that's what a moderator is for. When someone knowingly, purposefully lies to the American people because they think it will give them an advantage in an election. That's why you have a moderator, to ask the question that should be asked about the policies, about the direction, about the benefits of their ideologies, and to make sure they do not purposefully lie to the American people. But CBS has decided that what they're going to do is they're just going to leave it up to the candidates. So Tim Walz and J.D. Vance will yell at each other and go, "That's a lie." And they're going to say it to each other. "That's a lie. No, that's a lie. You're lying. You're a liar." They're going to go back and forth. They're pointing fingers at each other like 5-year-olds. That's what CBS wants. CBS is going to turn this into a name-calling event, and it's going to be a mockery of a debate. That is my prediction. This is a mockery because the moderators will not do their job, which is to make sure that the public is aware of anything that is a knowing lie. You don't have to fact check every single detail in the universe, but something that is known to be a factual lie, well, guess what? You need to point that out. That's like saying when Kamala says, "There are no American troops that are in a war zone at this time." That is a known factual lie. And the American people need to know that because they think Kamala Harris, who's elected, she's vice president. She must know if American troops are in harm's way anywhere in the world. She must know that American troops are in a war zone. She has to. She's the vice president. And people will think she's telling the truth. And they will vote based on her telling the truth. And Donald Trump, who isn't in elected office right now, he doesn't get the benefit. He doesn't get that authority bias. And they know that. So when they didn't fact check Kamala Harris, even though she was knowingly lying, provably knowingly lying, they allowed it, and that gave authority bias to Kamala Harris. And there will be people, whether it's hundreds or thousands, I don't know, there will be some people who will vote in the 2024 election because they think that Kamala Harris told the truth and that there are no American troops in a war zone at this time under the Biden-Harris administration, and that Donald Trump is just a liar because Kamala said it's not happening. And when Donald Trump says, "Yes, it is," they don't believe him. And every one of those people, whether it's dozens or hundreds or thousands that vote for Kamala Harris because of that known lie, that is a problem of the moderators from ABC. They have screwed up. They hurt the election process. They hurt the American people. It's just that simple, folks. That's what moderators are for. But instead, CBS has given up their entire journalistic purpose. I don't even know why they call themselves a news station anymore. They're not. They're a propaganda station. This is all about propaganda, and they know it. They won't ask Kamala Harris, "Hey, you're vice president. Did you know that Joe Biden is a part-time zombie president? When did he become a zombie part-time president? When did you, Kamala Harris, learn that Joe Biden is a part-time zombie president?" It is a critical and important question for the American people. Second follow-up question. By the way, Kamala Harris, who's in charge of America the 18 hours that Joe Biden is incompetent and incapable of being president? Just a real quick question there. Just something that, the American people might want to know. Who's in charge of America? They won't ask this question. Why do I think they're going to do any better with J.D. Walz or with, J.D. Vance or Tim Walz? They won't. This is a farce. This is a farce. And on Tuesday, October 1st, 9 p.m. on C-SPAN, not CBS, C-SPAN. I will be watching the show. I may or may not be doing it live. Haven't decided yet, but I will be watching it. And I expect yet another prediction. What is this? It's now 1:44. So at 1:45, I make another prediction that this is going to be a complete farce. It's going to devolve into name calling and finger pointing. It's going to be useless. No one's going to care. Given these are vice presidents, not the president, but it's going to devolve into a schoolyard shouting match amongst children because the moderators won't do their job, because CBS is afraid of being called out at not doing their job. They don't want to be suck-ups and kiss asses, but they're not willing to do their job, because if they do their job, it's not going to help the Kamala Harris campaign win. So to help her without being called a kiss ass, they're going to do nothing, which is worthless. CBS is worthless. The exact quote, I think, is, where is it here? No, I put them back on. Having said that, you're basically offloading one of your journalistic responsibilities onto the candidates themselves. So I don't think that it's ideal. It takes journalistic courage to be willing to fact check the candidates, because the candidates are absolutely going to complain about it. I don't think the moderator's first goal is to avoid controversy. The first goal of a moderator in a debate for an election is to inform the public. That's their first job. According to CBS, it's to protect CBS. Don't embarrass CBS. Second goal, help Kamala Harris. It's annoying. That's aggravating. So aggravating. Absolutely upsetting. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Is it me, folks? I don't know. By the way, somebody just give me a high sign. Give me I don't know, type in the letter K or something to let me know. I know that this is seen by more people than what it shows up as live. The live count is never correct, but sometimes I'll see that it shows 0 people watching, and then I look back in the records and I see that, there's 20 people, 100 people who are watching this, but the counter that I get to see from YouTube says 0, and it's just not even close to true. It's not even accurate. So it's always interesting to see that. Let me double check something here. There was some other... Oh, I know what I forgot to do. By the way, I do want to backtrack for a second. Yep, a couple dozen people there. There was some other breaking news. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. There is some other breaking news that I want to double back on. And that is in reference to the Sudan. Because, again, we're talking about the presidential race. We're talking about something that's very important. And right now, in the Sudan, there is a civil war. It started in April of 2023. It is ISIS and Al-Qaeda have gone into the Sudan after being released by Joe Biden in Afghanistan. They left Afghanistan. They went over into Africa. They went into the Sudan. And when Victor Bout, the Lord of War, the biggest arms dealer in the history of mankind, gets released by Joe Biden, he also goes to the Sudan, gives the warlords weapons. A civil war starts. 16,000 Americans were thrown away. Literally. The Biden-Harris administration left 16,000 Americans and told them they have to get home on their own. Don't believe me? Here it is from the United States government itself. This was updated on May 12th this was on April 22nd of 2023. that the United States told the American citizens to figure out their own way home. They would not be given access. They were going to have to travel on their own, that the American government, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, would not get them home. This is from the United States. And if you look right now on news about the 16,000 Americans that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris abandoned 1 year ago, you will find nothing. People are talking about the war. Very few people, but there is some news media that will talk about the civil war in Africa, in the Sudan. And they'll tell you about how some people are trying to escape and they're trying to get to anywhere else in the world. They will tell you a little bit about how kids are being affected. But the thing you're not going to see, other than, and again, this was April 29th, 2023 from NPR. The U.S. evacuated 1,000 Americans. There were 17,000 Americans in the Sudan. Biden got out less than 1,000 and then called it a day and left everyone else. 16,000 Americans. And there's no news. No one cares. No one's asking Kamala Harris about it. No one's asking Joe Biden about it. They're the ones in charge. What is going on? And it's not like the American government doesn't know what's happening in Africa. It's not like they aren't actively trying to take care of the Sudan war. You think I'm wrong that they don't know about the Sudanese? Well, here it is. This is from Deutsche Welle. This is the German news agency, national news agency, Deutsche Welle, with 5.43 million subscribers. And 4 hours ago today, this is what they had.
Well, we've been able to talk to thousands and thousands of Sudanese people through the refugee community in the neighboring countries, also through virtual technology. We talk to Sudanese every day who are in each of...
This is the United States Special Envoy for Sudan itself. We actually have a specific, unique individual, Tom Perillo, who is there specifically for the United States government to try and negotiate the end to the Sudanese civil war. But he won't talk about American citizens. We know the war is going on. We know who's involved. We know we are trying to end the war. We know there are 16,000 Americans that we threw away a year ago, and this guy won't mention a single American's name. He will not mention that they're still there. He will not mention that the American government isn't doing anything about those Americans. We're helping the Sudanese people, but we won't talk about the Americans. What about the Americans who got stuck there, that we left behind? He has nothing to say about this. Again,
of the 18 states. And what we hear, unfortunately, is horrific stories of people who've been literally eating dirt and twigs, people being forced into horrific situations of exploitation, including sexual slavery, in order to keep their families alive. These are...
How many Americans are these people that he's saying he's aware of, that he knows? Oh, they're being told, the United States government is being told that people are eating twigs to stay alive. Are they American citizens? Is that why we know about them? Are these part of the 16,000 Americans that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration? That NBC, CBS, they won't ask about this. They won't tell us what the American government is doing to help these Americans still in the Sudan. Are they the Americans eating twigs right now? He says he has people in there. Notice he didn't say the Sudanese people, which would be the native people of that area. He's not saying them. These could be, and I think he means Americans. The reason why he's saying people, but he's not saying the Sudanese people, is because he knows he's talking about American citizens. And he can't say American civilians. He can't say the 16,000 that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris abandoned. So instead, he's saying, we're hearing from people, not the Sudanese, not the native population, people Not even Africans. He's not even saying just Africans in general on the entire continent, which makes you think he's talking about someone else. Because he could say Africans. We're hearing from Africans. He could say that he's hearing from Sudanese, the people of that country. He could say they're from the Congo or some other country. No. He said some people. So why is he saying that? Because he means Americans. He means the Americans that were abandoned a year ago by the Biden-Harris administration, are eating twigs and are being forced into sexual slavery by the Biden-Harris administration. There's the evidence right there. Not everyone knew that. Now you know. I don't know what, people can do whatever they want with that, but the fact is, he knows. You now know that the Biden-Harris administration is, I believe, allowing American citizens to be forced into sexual slavery. The United States government, under the Biden-Harris administration, is allowing and enabling sex trafficking. I don't think most people knew that. Now you do. What are you going to do? Will you vote for Kamala Harris now that you know that? Now that you know something that NBC, CBS, ABC, they don't tell you. You have to go to German news, the national German news station, to find out that Americans are being forced to eat twigs and are being forced into sexual slavery because Joe Biden wouldn't give them away home, because he wouldn't help them at all. That's evil. That's evil in my book. Meanwhile, here in the United States, Kamala Harris, she went to the border. Isn't that nice? She has no idea that there's Americans who are fighting in war zones as we speak. She has no idea that Americans are being forced to eat twigs and to be forced into sexual slavery around the world. She doesn't know. She doesn't even know how to do the job she was given. This is the second time. That's it. The second time Kamala Harris has been at the border in 4.5 years. She is the border czar. She got the job of border czar on March 24th, 2021. Today is September 29th, 2024. She has been at the border. Her number one first job, her priority, she's been to the border twice. She went there in 2021 because Donald Trump went to the border. And now she went to the border because she's running for president. That's it. She didn't give a damn for 3.5 years, no matter everything else. 8 million illegal aliens came into America. Over 500,000 children, single individual children, unaccompanied minors, entered the United States. She didn't go to sing a single one of them. She didn't care about any of them. She hasn't talked about the border in 2.5 years out of the last 3.5 years. She doesn't care. And now she showed up at the border, and her answer is, I'm going to do what Trump did. I want to build a wall. That's Trump's idea. Oh, she was right on board in 2019, in 2020. Oh, yeah, we can't build a wall. We need an open border. But now she wants to build a wall. Now she wants to fix the wall. Now she wants to get tough on illegal immigration. You've had 3.5 years. This is your first and primary job. Why didn't you do it? No one was stopping you. Could have gone down to the border any day for the last 3.5 years. You could have put attention on this. You could have done anything. She did nothing. Nothing. But now she showed up at the border, and the BBC even mentions Kamala Harris goes on offensive with, quote, tough on border, end quote, message. Even the BBC is mocking Kamala Harris about being tough on the border because they don't believe it either. It is a joke. It is a farce. Harris according to the BBC, Harris, who last visited the border in 2021, the only other time she's gone to the border, accused Donald Trump of being focused on, quote, scapegoating instead of solutions and, quote, rhetoric instead of results. This is funny. Kamala Harris, who has not done her job, who has abandoned the southern border and tried to avoid mentioning it at all costs, is trying to say that Donald Trump, who built the wall, who had a tough immigration policy, who reduced the number of illegal aliens entering into the United States, he was all about scapegoats. He had no solutions, and he had only rhetoric, no results. Meanwhile, under Biden and Kamala Harris herself, we had 8 million, record number of illegal aliens entering into the United States. A record number of unaccompanied minors entered the United States. We have an ongoing open border policy that is destroying the infrastructure of New York, Chicago, Boston, LA, the major cities in the United States, all controlled by Democrats. And she's saying that Trump has no results. She's saying that Trump had no solutions when everything she has done is worse. Does this make sense to anyone? This is a farce. I understand. Some people are going to, but vote blue no matter who. That's what some people are going to say. How? How do you vote blue for this? When you are being gaslit to your face, when she is lying in front of you, it is easily, even the BBC admits, polls suggest Americans trust Trump over Harris on handling the border and illegal immigration. Maybe because he's telling the people the truth. Maybe because he is not lying, obviously lying to the American people like Harris is, just making it up as she goes. Kamala Harris claimed, according to the BBC, and I quote, Trump did nothing to fix our broken immigration system. Did nothing. That's what the wall is. That were his agreements about stay in Mexico. That's doing nothing, right? That's just stupid. That's beyond stupid. Going on, the BBC continues to say, adding that the Republicans were trying to force a, quote, false choice, end quote, between border security and a, quote, safe, orderly, and humane immigration system. In other words, a path to citizenship. See, I covered this the other day in my uber deep dive reaction, which a lot of people have started to pay attention to, where I have put up the questions and the answers that Kamala Harris said, and every single word in the MSNBC farce of a interview. Like question 1, where the MSNBC interviewer says, she says, what does Kamala Harris have to say to American citizens who look at her economic plan, or the fragments that we've heard about it, and they say it doesn't work for them, or they don't like it, they don't believe it's going to be effective or efficient? What does Kamala Harris have to say to those Americans? And her answer was, if you have a job, if you want a job, then you're included in her plan, which doesn't answer, but your plan doesn't work. And people don't like your plan because it doesn't work. Your economic policies are useless. And her answer is, but if you have a job, if you're an American citizen, you're included in my economic plan. Well, that's stupid. Of course they are. Every American citizen is impacted by the economic plans of the president and Congress. Every time. Whether or not you think it's a good one or a bad one, it doesn't matter. You're an American citizen. You are directly impacted. So yes, of course, we're included in a plan whether we want it or not, whether we think it works or not. And so telling me that I'm an American citizen so the plan's going to affect me doesn't tell me that it's good, or nor does it convince me that it will be effective or efficient. She dodged the damn question. Because that's what she does. Because MSNBC let her. No pushback, no question. But this is why people, when they look at her and she says things like, well, Donald Trump did nothing to fix the broken immigration system. He did nothing. So stay in Mexico policy, closing the border, building a wall or even sections of the wall, that's doing nothing. That is obtuse. That is stupid. That is useless. And here she is telling people that, well, you're an American citizen, so you'll be affected by the policy. Yes, I already knew that. What I said is, your plan sucks. Tell me why I'm wrong. And she goes, it's going to cover you. Yes, but it's going to suck. Can you tell me why it's not going to suck? And she has no answer for that. That is just embarrassing. How about, I believe it was question 7. Nope, that wasn't it. Where is it? I believe it's... Nope. I know there's a... I forgot the spot. I have it up here somewhere. Nope, price gouging. It's such a ridiculous interview. But inside this interview, Kamala Harris at some point goes on and talks about her plan with immigration. And it's a path to citizenship. That's why she wants an open border. She admitted it to MSNBC. She said that's part of her plan. That's why people don't trust her. Because the answer from Kamala Harris about illegal immigration, it's not about the border. It's not about being tough on the border. Her answer is open borders and a path to citizenship. She wants these desperate illegal aliens to come into the United States, be given citizenship so they can vote in elections, and they will be hoodwinked. They will be hijacked to become the part of the Democratic Party because they will be terrified. Every single one of these illegal aliens will be terrified that if they ever don't vote Democrat, that the Republicans or any other group will come in and they will revoke these individuals, that they will kick these people out of the country. So it's a matter of self-preservation. If the Democrats give you a path to citizenship, you have to forevermore vote Democrat. Otherwise, they will take away that citizenship and they will throw you out of the country. So that is her plan, which is a plan for her party. It is a plan for self-preservation. It's a plan that is selfish, but it doesn't help the American people. And she has the balls to say that her plan, which is give illegal aliens citizenship, she thinks that's tough on the border. She thinks that's stronger than Donald Trump saying build a wall, kick them out of the country, deport them, close the border. She thinks her answer of let them in and let them vote, that's a stronger answer, that is somehow tough. Does anyone in their right mind agree with that? I don't know how you could. It doesn't make any sense. But then again, that's like Kamala Harris, as we showed in her interview with MSNBC. It makes no sense. You know, when she's asked, why is the $25,000 home credit a great idea? How is that going to help the American economy? She says she's going to build ghettos, otherwise known as projects. That's not helping anyone. That doesn't help the economy. There's no substance here. And she doesn't think anyone's going to call her out on it. And she's wrong. She's just wrong, because I will. And the American people are starting to notice it. All right. What I'm going to do It's 5:40 right now. And for those who are new to the channel, and I thank you for watching. If you've been watching this far, please like, share, subscribe. It is critical. It helps to reach more people, to have more voices, to have people like what we saw with Users Been Bad, like Hot Chicks, so many others, to leave their comments or to call into the show. We always find that important. So please like, share, and subscribe. I'm not going away. We take a quick break. For about an hour, I have to go and walk my dog, my 13-year-old puppy. This is about 2 hours into the show. We take a quick break from my voice, and so I can walk my dog so he can get his exercise and go to the bathroom, and then I'll come right back. So that's what we're going to do right now, in case this is the first time you've been with us. I'm going to be playing, I have a video. Next week, I will be doing an interview with Blaine Pardoe. Blaine Pardoe is a prolific author, 37 books. He writes a lot of sci-fi, but also true crime. He's written in the Battletech. He's done Land and Sea. He's done the Blue Dawn series of books. He's very prolific. Great writer. Good guy. I've done an interview with him back in 2021. I will be doing an interview with him next Saturday for the Old Man Voss 3 p.m. Time slot, and I hope you'll join us for that. But I'm going to play that, and I will be back at 5:45. 5:45, I will be back, and we'll pick up on Kamala Harris. We'll pick up on the election. We'll talk a little bit about Eric Adams and what's going on with the indictment, and talking about how Democrats are reacting to that. We'll talk a little bit more about the 2024 election and what we're seeing happening there. We're going to talk about John Kerry and free speech. And I think that's really important. John Kerry and free speech. We are absolutely going to be talking about his conversation with the World Economic Forum. But until then, I want to leave you with we'll play this, and then I will be back. Talk to you in a little bit. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as I'm speaking with a very good guest. Someone who is, well, he's a friend. He's someone I've spoken with a lot, and you've probably heard a lot about him recently. You may have heard about him on Razor Fist. You may have heard about him recently on the Archcast. It is Blaine Lee Pardoe, and he's speaking with us today about, well, what's happening in the world right now. And Blaine, you're right here with us. Before I do anything else, I know you're a renowned writer for 37 years. I don't want to take away any thunder from you. Introduce yourself.
I'm Blaine Pardoe. I've been on the New York Times bestseller list with my daughter for one of our true crime books. I've been on Amazon bestseller lists all over the place. I'm a writer of science fiction. I write true crime. I write political thrillers. I write military history. I've been a guest speaker at the United States Naval Academy twice. I have spoken at the U.S. National Archives, the Smithsonian, the U.S. Navy Museum. Writing is my passion, and I come at it from both a historian's perspective as well as a fiction writer's perspective. So,
now, I know one of the first things a lot of people who watch the show will say to me is, Mike, you never deal with entertainment. You, in fact, hate entertainment. Yes, but there's something much more important here. When we see that the politics is interrupting our entertainment, I've mentioned it many times, that's a problem. And when we see that the principles, the cancel culture is destroying lives, that's what we're talking about. And that's what we're going to be talking about here today, because that's why Razor Fist, Archcast, and many others are talking about it. One of the things you left out, besides behind you, is one of your more recent books, Blue Dawn, which I definitely want to hear a little bit about in a moment. But you've written for 37 years for it's a game system called BattleTech. Now, giving away my age a little bit, I remember in my senior year of high school playing BattleTech. This is about in 1986. It's a game. It's basically big robots, lasers, and rockets.
Yep.
Okay. Some gamers out there like myself may be familiar with Mech Warrior 5. That's the BattleTech universe. Kind of similar to like 40K. It's a big realm. It's a niche market, but a lot of people know it. Sci-fi people know it. I think that's a pretty fair way of saying that, right, Blaine?
Oh yeah, it's been around since 1984, 1985. My first work on it was in 1985 on one of the very first books they put out as a supplement for it. So yeah, I've been doing this for 37 years. I'm not going to be doing it anymore.
Right.
Catalyst informed me that going forward, they do not want to publish any of my work. I had 2 or 3 novels in flight at the time and a number of short stories that were either completed and had already gone through edit or were done and awaiting edit. And they simply paid me for those and said, we're no longer going to be doing business with you going forward.
See, now, a lot of people hearing this will say, well, I don't understand why all these people are getting so excited about this. Why are they so interested in this? An author is not working with a company. That would be one thing. But the story, and part of the story that's left out, and I know you've talked a bit about it, and I hope this will be somewhat cathartic as well, is why they after 37 years, it's not that you aren't selling, that you don't have a fan base. It's not that you're still interested in it. It's because a convicted criminal had a bot account on Twitter and said, well, you're not woke enough. Is that a good way of summing that up?
Well, this person stalked me for a while online. I'd written an editorial. I've been writing editorials, by the way, since the 1990s. I wrote an editorial saying I was against Confederate statues being torn down. As a historian, I just felt that that was wrong. I also felt that they were individual pieces of art and that this wouldn't stop with the Confederate statues. And this was, by the way, way before 2020 when I wrote this editorial. And this person started labeling me a neo-Confederate. And I cut the person off. The person pretended online to be a female lesbian nurse who was in the middle of adopting 2 children, listed her where she went to college, etc. It was a very robust resume that was there. And my whole thing was, well, I'm not going to give you my social media platform to call me names and things along those lines. So I blocked the person. This person got upset over a tweet that I put out, and her and another person contacted my publisher to have my books pulled because they claimed I had inserted hidden Confederate messages in my novels. The publisher was Catalyst Game Labs. So you understand the background of all this. Catalyst is the licensee of BattleTech. It is owned by Topps, and Topps has recently been purchased by Fanatics. Topps is the baseball card company, which I think most people know.
Yeah.
And, they complained. Catalyst did a top-to-bottom review of a year's worth of my social media, as well as looked into the books to make sure I hadn't snuck in some hidden Beatles play the album backward kind of message about Confederacy, which obviously wasn't there. And I thought this was over. Then when I wrote Blue Dawn, which is, I will grant you, it is a conservative political thriller. It was designed as such. It's an alternate history book. Its target audience is conservatives. When I wrote that book, just the announcement of that book coming out triggered this person to threaten my life. And they did so on multiple occasions, reaching out to fellow authors, spreading those things, and sending some pretty nasty hashtags and some other stuff, threatening videos, showing Trump supporters being beaten and stuff. Law enforcement got involved. I got a protective order in place against this person. And, honestly, we found out it wasn't a 30 or 29-year-old lesbian who's adopting children. It was a 39-year-old guy living, with his father. His internet bills were being, sent to his grandfather or had his grandfather's name on them. He had been fired from his job at a big box store for issuing terroristic threats. He pled guilty to that. He's banned at that store and any function that they have. They've opened what's called a black file on him, which is real interesting. So this was a repeat offender. It was a criminal that was doing this. My publisher was aware of it. And I told them, I said, when Blue Dawn does come out, I intend to reference this, in some of the articles that I will be writing about this as an example of woke culture. And the president of Catalyst said, hey, I'd do the exact same thing if I were you. So, it was amicable. And I thought, well, they understood. Well, this person continued to rally people against me. And the left works really weird this way, but they then, when my last Battletech book came out in February, started complaining not to Catalyst alone, but reaching out to Tops and to Fanatics. Mm-hmm. And so when I got the call, it was Fanatics has told me, this is what the president of Tops told, or president of Catalyst told me. I've gotten a call and it's from Fanatics and they told me to make this go away. So we're no longer going to publish any of your stuff going forward. And I said, well, wait a minute, where did this come from? And he said, well, it's because of this ongoing feud you have with this person. And I said, I'm not feuding. This person threatened my life and I'm merely telling people about it. That's all. And that became, well, it stirs up trouble every time you do anything, anytime you post anything. There's negative feedback. And this person's gotten a number of followers and they're complaining, and I'm just making this go away. He referenced some of my social media posts. He said some of those are inflammatory. He said the quote that he used is, "You're alienating half of my client base." And he said, no way. I know the sales numbers on the book that just went up. Sales are exactly what every standalone novel that I had done were selling at. And I said, and the ratings for the book were exactly the same as the other books I'd written. So I said, 4.8 out of 5 on Amazon is not bad. And so I said, when you say I'm alienating your client base, tell me what you mean. The sales don't show that. And he said, well, sales don't matter. So when I heard that, I realized, okay, this is more about my political leanings. I pointed out to him, I said, you've got a number of liberal authors that write for you, who post things online that are incredibly vile and insensitive. So I assume they're being let go as well. If you're doing this with me, you're doing it with them. And he's like, nope, you're the only person we're doing this with.
Okay. So let me step in because
sure,
there's so many things about this that just don't make any sense. I also want to make sure people understand. I've been talking with you at least once a week since I believe it was March, maybe February. So about 5-6 months now, I have had conversations with you on every topic that has been out in the media, hot button issues. People can see I put out videos about some of them. And I can say that in 6 months, now when you get to speak to someone every week for hours at a time on every hot button issue, you find out pretty quick where that person is. You can't hide that. It's not like one conversation. Maybe I heard this or I didn't. It comes out pretty clear. Blaine, I've heard you talk about everything. You are average American and you're rather nice about everything. I'm a hothead. I mean, people look at me and they go, oh my God, Mike's going off right now. And we've talked about we have some of the same ideas. We have some of the different ideas. But you've always been respectful. You've always been well thought out. You've always been someone who has a considered position, and you stand by your point of view. I respect all of those things. I don't think anyone wouldn't respect those things.
Thank you.
And yet they're coming to you and trying to create this literally a mythical persona of some kind of, I don't know, right-wing monster that they want you to be. And your publisher, who knows you for 37 years, goes, oh, well, that's scary. That doesn't make any sense.
It didn't make sense to me either. And one of the things I told him was, you need to inform the fan base. I told him, I said, I don't want you to throw me under the bus, but you need to explain to the fans what you're doing. And I left that to him. And he assured me that would happen. It never did. It took 2 months for us to get payment straightened out. So I kept quiet during this whole period. When my next book came out in Blue Dawn series, A Most on Civil War, back in June, when the Amazon always sends out those announcements, if you've purchased a book by this person before, here's the new book.
Yeah, the new
my former editor got that, and he sent an email to me and the president of Catalyst saying, I don't want this drivel associated with BattleTech. Now, bear in mind, the book wasn't even out. He hadn't read it. And this is a guy but I have bailed out on so many occasions, with short.
You've made many books with him. How can you say that? Many successful books with him.
And it kind of blew my mind, because what I was really being told was, we're not going to take the same action with our liberal writers who are writing things that are very offensive to conservatives. But you got to bear in mind, conservatives tend not to pick up the phone and call the corporate headquarters to complain. We just kind of roll our eyes and go forward. The left love this. So I gave it very serious thought and consideration. And I was like, this isn't fair to the fans. I've been writing this stuff for 37 years. I've done 20 plus novels and novellas. I've done 25 source books for BattleTech. I've actually been a very big advocate for BattleTech, and I still am, by the way. I will not say anything bad about BattleTech.
No, and no one's asking you to.
And I won't. And I don't, people have been screaming, should we be boycotting this? And I'm like, you got to do what you want to do with your money. I'm not encouraging that either. It's not where that, if I wanted to inflict harm, I'd be the first person going, yeah, boycott them. I'm all for it. But I don't think boycotts really work. People say they're going to do it and then they don't. And, I don't want to be that guy. I'm not an activist at all. I'm just a guy that got targeted. And so I announced this last week in American Greatness. I had an article posted on it. And we were in talks with a number of different media channels about where to go with it. And I've also had a piece come out in a different magazine as well on this recently. And, these are mainstream conservative sites. They're not crazy. But what the woke do with this, and I think this is what your listeners need to know, these guys have gone out and data mined everything I've ever written. Mm-hmm. So they went through my Twitter account, and I wrote 2 pieces about how I thought diversity and inclusiveness programs in corporate America were pure BS.
I agree.
They don't have a definable target. They don't have any tangible proof that what does a diversity program that they actually increase quality or reduce cost.
Right.
And they're they're literally in a corporation looking for someone to be offended so that they can move on and tackle that. And they're not effective because they use training as the primary change mechanism to drive their change. That's all the articles say. Right. It doesn't say anything about gays, transvestites, or anything else. They've used things like that and said, see, he's homophobic. He's a trans hater. So they take stuff like that and they label it and go that way. So on January 6th, I've written a column for American Thinker where I said, this isn't an insurrection. There's no scenario here. Nobody's been charged with insurrection. And there's no scenario where Donald Trump was going to walk out at the end of the week as president,
No.
And so the argument it's an insurrection is stupid. Was it a mass trespassing event? Absolutely. We could argue all that all day. They turned that around and said, see, he's a seditionist. He's an insurrectionist. I questioned whether the last election, whether there were shenanigans. That's a word I used, by the way, shenanigans. Was the last election really valid? I don't know. And I put it that way. That was labeled as, see, he's a Trump supporter. He supports the big lie. He's an alt-right Nazi. So they take your little innocent comments completely out of context, I might add.
I don't get this, Blaine. Why is it that whenever you, me, there's many of us out there, when we ever say, I have a question about whatever they're feeling at that given moment, I have a question. The next thing I hear back is, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're an ist, you're a phobe, you're a demon, and you are the problem. Wait a minute. I asked a question. If you're so bloody confident that you've got the right answer, why can't you answer my question? I mean, that should be simple, right? Because when they come to me and they go, Mike, you've got to answer this. Well, I have an answer. I don't like that answer. I didn't tell you you would. No, well, that's not good enough. Well, it is good enough. That's my answer. No, that means you must be an ist and a phobe. Prove it.
The part that was hateful, and I probably shouldn't share it, but I do want to say it. My son's gay, and I completely support him and have his entire life. And so for them to come out and say I'm anti-gay or anti-trans, I have actual experience in that community through my son. I don't have any issues there, but they don't really care. And what's been really interesting is since I made this announcement, obviously the fan community got upset. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't really my intent. My intent was, look, you guys keep asking me when books are coming out. I don't know because they've been canceled, so they're not coming. The fans got upset, and it's interesting. They one of the fans put up a poll on Twitter going, "Do you support Catalyst's decision?" Well, somebody, and I'm not going to say who because I don't know for sure, we're out buying bot votes. So at one point I'm up like 56% to 10% or something. And then in 30 seconds, 3,000 votes dumped in.
Out of nowhere.
And they were all one way. And, I'm like, you guys are literally making the case for me.
Wait a minute.
My points are right.
You got to add in, this is on a Twitter feed that's got a couple of hundred followers. Right. And suddenly 3,000 brand new people who've never been involved suddenly decided to vote on this.
Right. And so they took it down, they ran it again, and somebody went out and bought more. So the guys put it up on YouTube now. And I haven't looked at it today, but it was like 80% or 85% of the fans were against what had been done with me. It's amazing. And what's funny about this, not funny, pathetic and sick is what I'm going to say.
Yeah. They've
won because I'm not writing ballots. So the left has won.
Yeah. From their
have not stopped their attacks. As a matter of fact, they've now escalated them and they're going after other fans who think it's a bad call. And so they always have to have a target. And it's a lot like I was telling my wife, I feel a little bit like Trump must. Okay, I'm not in office. You're still going after me. It's like they have to validate what they've done. They have to go, everybody needs to be on my side on this issue. And if you're not, you're part of the blame problem. And it's really, I think it's detrimental to the hobby as a whole. And I don't think it's helping creativity, because to me this is censorship at the source. I get it.
It is absolutely censorship, and it's bad for everyone, because it means one of the big things I hate is not allowing people to think. It's like Grammarly. I hate Grammarly. Why? Because it's a program thinking for you. You're not thinking, it's giving you words. I don't like restrictions on speech. C16 in Canada, Jordan Peterson's spoken a lot about that. You have the words you can't say because of whatever reason. I don't agree with that. That limits thought, that limits the ability of someone to make a choice. And in every medium that we see that, it is always for the negative. It never helps anyone. It always grows because you can never satisfy these people. They'll just pick another person. They'll just continue to attack. It never ends.
I told that to the president of Gaza. I said, you are literally putting them in charge of your publishing department. Because once they know they've won, they will do this now on any subject. If you put out a book that they feel doesn't have enough transgenders in it or gays or other woke themes baked into the novel, that author is going to be the target of their next wrath because they got away with it. And I said, you're literally turning this over to them. And they're going to turn everything into Mary Sue Ray out of Star Wars and all of their books because that's what they want. It's like, you've got to do that. And, and probably the next time, instead of Finn being just black and comedic, he's going to be black, comedic, and gay, most likely. I mean, that's what they're going to turn their characters into. Well, and I'm all in favor of having trans characters or gay characters, as long as it makes sense for the character, as long as it's, as a writer, I go, how is this fundamental to the actual character, and what does this do for their arc? When you just do it for the sake of doing it, I don't think it adds anything to the creative process at all. It just looks like what you're doing is virtue signaling.
Well, yeah,
but I've got 3 trans characters in this book, and I don't play that game. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to sit around virtue signal this stuff. But it's been amazing because here they've won the battle. You took me out. Congratulations. 85% of the fans hate the fact that it was done, and now they're just waging war amongst themselves, going, well, you guys need to understand how evil Blaine really was. The fact that you sit around data mining my stuff and trying to put a spin to it is amazing. It literally tells me that you are sitting in your parents' basement with your pants around your ankles on the internet all day. And my applause to you for trying to take me out. But you're only hurting the rest of the fan community, and you're making this a toxic event. I had one person today go, you're just doing this to sell books. Well, if I was going to do that, I would have released the story on June 29th when my new book dropped. The reality is I got 6 books or 7 books that are going to be released this year. Having said that, at any point in time, I always have a book out. And you're telling me if I'm writing conservative thrillers, I shouldn't at least mention them during all this? Well, you're just a moron. I'm going to do that because I've been told I'm no longer going to have a revenue stream from Battletech. So I'm going to do whatever I have to do to maintain my level of sanity. And if I decide to promote, well, I'm going to promote. But it isn't about that. And what this is about is censorship at the source. We're not going to have conservatives doing writing. Now, bear in mind, my politics don't reflect in the book.
Well, I want to mention something to people because I know personally, by the way, and people are wondering how important you are to Battletech, by the way. I love Razor Fist. He mentioned a quote. I think it may have come from you did a live stream with him yesterday. I do advise people to look at it. He called you the George Lucas of Battletech, which I thought.
I think he was exaggerating a little bit.
But. Maybe. But I personally know that literally, as I said, we have been on roundtables. We have spoken about many, many subjects for 5-6 months in a row. And I cannot name one time where you ever mentioned Battletech. Literally until this weekend, when I heard this news, And I look back, that was the first time I found out that someone I've been speaking with for months I knew you were a writer and I knew about Blue Dawn. I did not know about the BattleTech, and I just thought you're a political writer. So I wasn't really even thinking about it. So for them to say that you're bringing politics, I'm like, when? It's never happened.
No, it hasn't. And yeah, it was interesting today. I did get a call from Catalyst yesterday. The president called me and I took the call, which there was a lot of debate about that while the phone was ringing. And he apologized for the editor, saying my work was drivel, which was nice. I still haven't heard from the editor. I doubt I will. Today, he put out a statement and something along the lines of Blayton wasn't canceled. We just released one of his old novels this weekend. It just dropped. They've reprinted one of my books. So they're like, see, he's not canceled. We're just not going to do anything with him going forward. So again, now back to the subject you and I talked about just yesterday, they're redefining what canceled is.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to play with the definitions a little bit, but I'm not going to react to his statement other than to say, I have a transcript of what was said because I transcribed my notes, typed them up because I knew there was going to be points of contention. I haven't made all of those public. If I have to, I will, to defend myself. I don't want to have to do that. I'm hoping that they can find a reconciliation amongst themselves for this. Fans keep asking, are you willing to go back? And I'm like, I've kind of been stabbed in the back. There's a real trust issue here. I don't personally see a scenario where I can go back into that culture because I don't know if I can work with these people and trust them. And I don't think they want me back either at this point.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come right back. And then I'm going to ask a question about that subject, about what's the future and how that entertains. Okay. So, Blaine, you just mentioned the future. People are saying, will you go back? Now, I find it interesting because we're seeing right now that they're redefining what cancel is. And they're doing the rounds, by the way, for my audience that know. They're going out, they've gone to Happy Gamer, they've gone to PC Gamer to suddenly put out articles, brand new articles. BattleTech hasn't done anything since 2018, and it's still a great game in 2022. All the articles came out literally 4 days ago. They literally have, so they're trying to support their public image. Because I think someone, either at Fanatics Incorporated or at Catalyst Lab Games, has realized this may not have been the best idea we've ever had. And so I have to think that they're considering we may want to try and go back, because if I remember correctly, when Razorfist was speaking to you, they came to you and said, hey, how about some pro bono work? Help us with BattleTech. Am I right?
Yeah, it surprised me. And it came from Randall Mills, who I really have a ton of respect for as a person. And he works at Catalyst, and he reached out to me and said, we're doing a coffee table book about BattleTech, and we're getting quotes from people who are major contributors for it, and we want a quote from you. And I said, if it was anybody else, I would have gone off the rails on this. But I said, do you really want a quote from me? You just told me 6 weeks ago that I was banned from BattleTech going forward. And now you're asking me to write you a piece that will help you sell product by talking about what a great universe it is. And it is a great universe. I have no problem with that, but I have a problem with you asking me to write something when you just told me we don't want you to write for me. And he sent me back a nice response, but the meat of it was, but we're not going to pay you for it. So it's not a paid thing. And I'm like, so how is that making it better? And I was going to respond to it, and I let it go because I knew he hadn't intended it to be mean.
No,
it just came out that way. And between that and the letter I got, or the email I got from John Helfers calling my work drivel, somebody who I really, John has called me up a few times, you know, in the middle of the night going, can you help me with a project? I need something in 2 weeks. It's an emergency. You know, to me, it just was disingenuous. And it just was kind of cold-hearted on their part. And I got the feeling that they were just very casual about what they had done. And that bothered me. And I talked it over with my wife. No, and I wrote Blue Dawn. My wife came right out and she said, you know, this is probably going to cost you at some point, Battletech. And I said, no. The fans will be able to tell the difference between my political ideology and you know, fiction.
Different genres. Completely different genres. Yeah.
A fiction book. And, you know, the free market system, you know, I was like, the free market system will determine what's right, what's wrong. If they don't buy the book, they don't buy the book. I'm good with that. But she was right. She was 100% right. She's a very smart woman. And, you know, it did cost me, but I have zero regrets about that. You know, this all comes down to your values,
yes,
your ideals. And, you know, I offered to write under a pseudonym when he told me this. I said, you've got other authors who they use pen names. I'll just spin up a persona that has zero social media presence. You can publish my stories. No one will know who the author is. And at least my fans will get to read stuff. And at some point, maybe down the road, when this woke crap is gone, I can go, by the way, that was mine. And he said, nope, that's not good. That's
Wait a minute, it worked for Stephen King. Stephen King did that.
I know. It works for a lot of writers. There's a number of military science fiction writers that write under 3 or 4 pseudonyms. And I know them personally. So I'm like, it was weird. It was a strange situation. And, you know, it was clear that there was no due process with this. It wasn't, let me present you what they've said online. Let's talk through it. It was, we've rendered judgment, or I've rendered judgment, and you're just not going to write for us anymore. And that's it. And, you know, that's part of this whole cancel culture thing is there's no court. There's no, well, wait a minute. And some of the pieces that, by the way, they're saying I wrote, that, you know, snippets online are not things I wrote. They're fake. They're completely made up.
That's not new for them. They do that a lot.
They do it a lot, but it's like, I haven't experienced it personally up to this point. And it was like, I looked at one and I was like, I don't even use those acronyms. It was something about AF, you know, and I was like, I don't use the as F, you know, that's not my nomenclature even, that I wrote that. But it's being used as a piece of propaganda again about what a terrible person I am.
See, they got to create their own little narratives. I've had, to an extent, I've had this happen. Like when I've been out, I've run for a couple of elected offices, and I've done speeches at various colleges. And I've had them come up to me afterwards and they'll, well, you said, I'm like, okay, I have over 1,400 videos. I've been doing it for 15 years. I've written over 2,000 articles with 2 million words. Please show me the sentence where I've ever said anything like that. I've never said that in my life. And they go, well, no, but I'm sure it's you. It's like, it doesn't exist, guys, because they can't. I think it's their world view that when they're proven wrong and they know that they're wrong, they have to find something. They have to create something so that justifies why they're so vitriolic.
Well, you got to bear in mind, this group that goes after you, they're on the internet constantly. So this is the only place they have validation. It's the only place they exist. In the real world, they probably don't contribute a heck of a lot to society. They probably have a menial job if they're employed at all. And they're literally people that don't, you know, the only place that they have any presence is online. And this makes them feel powerful. It gives them some degree that I exist and I'm important because I can do things against other people. And it's really both sad and pathetic that this is what they're doing, because it's like, gee, you know, most of these people have not had the balls that God gave a sand flea to ever reach out to me personally about any of this. But they feel that they're fully empowered to say and post nasty things about me online. And it's, I come from a generation where, we didn't like things or dislike things, thumbs up, thumbs down. We actually talked to people, said, I have a real problem with what you said, or did you realize the context of what you said if I take it out of context? And I even talked to the publisher about that at the time. He said, well, some of the things I've seen that people are circulating, these quotes, you take these out of context, they're very offensive. And I said, but you just said it. You just said out of context. And I said, I could go through a whole bunch of your stuff, pull it out of context, label it any offensive thing I want. And he goes, well, yeah, but that's how the internet works. And I'm like,
case in point.
You're a publishing company. Context is everything.
Yeah. Isn't that the whole point? We're using words. They have meanings. This is your job. Like, it's the core of the job.
I know. It really blew my mind. And I'm sure that they will paint me as the great Satan, and I really don't care at this point. I know what I've done. It would take a lot for me to go back to Baltech. I'm never going to say never. I think that's wrong to kind of dig your heels in, but this is a question of trust, and my trust has been shattered. And I, how could I trust somebody that did this to me once if they won't turn around and do it again?
Well, I think it's also a matter of principles, and I have to applaud you. And as I said in my tweet to you when I found out about this, I'm looking forward to buying your next book. I'm also looking forward to being involved with the creative juggernaut, if that's still moving forward. Yes, I found out about it. I did some research. I know one of your next projects, and we'll talk about that in a second. But I want to be there to support you, because I think a lot of people, no matter what you may think about cancel culture, if you think it's a big deal, a little deal, you have to remember people are standing up for their principles, for what they believe, for free speech. And we have to recognize that and at least pay attention to it when it's happening. And I don't think enough people do, because the next time it's going to be me, or it's going to be someone that we know, or someone else down the line. It's happening. And we're seeing it, and everyone said, well, it's only Steven Crowder. It's one show. He's maybe a little edgy. Oh, it's Tim Pool, or it's, what's his name?
Tim Allen, Gina Carano. Yeah. I mean, there's Roseanne Barr. There's a whole list.
There's that whole list, and they're like, well, they're stars. They're bigger. They're bigger than life. It would never happen to average people or real people. It's like, no. And then I'm seeing it's happening I've seen it happen to other individuals. I'm seeing it happen to you. I've been threatened with it. Just this Sunday, I was doing my live stream. I had a guy who I think is a bot come on. He's like, Joe Biden's the greatest thing in the world. Okay. My answer was, why? Tell me why. Well, you just don't understand. Well, that's why I'm asking you why. Well, you're just hateful. What? You're racist. How am I racist? I haven't mentioned anything about race. Oh, you know what? You ain't black. Well, that is racist. He says, well, I'm going to report you for, and this is the line that gets me. After he says, I'm a racist, then tells me I'm not black. And then his next line to me, and this is during a live stream, so people are watching this all being typed out as I'm talking. And his next thing is, I'm going to report you as hate speech. I'm like, the only one who said anything hateful is you. How are you putting that on me? And this is where cancel culture, it grows from. If it isn't for the fact that I'm standing up there going, and I have witnesses and it's live, I'm like, people, are you watching this? This guy's going to try and report me, shut me down, because he called me a race, because he's using racial slurs against me, and therefore I'm a hate speech. That's why I think this is important to have this conversation with you, Blaine.
Oh, I appreciate that, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that as well. But I think any of us that speak out for any value that isn't left, we instantly get a target painted on us, and we know it. It's part of what we do. But, it doesn't. I think one thing that was interesting, a fan reached out to me that said, well, if you just kept your big mouth shut, none of this would have happened. And I said, I'm not going to sacrifice my First Amendment rights or my angst about issues so that you can get a story about stopping robots. This is, you want me to be quiet. If I kept quiet, then you could have got more stories from me. Then you're telling me I have to be silenced. I have to smother what I feel. And the reality of the situation is that Callus is going to have to wrap its hands around, and other companies as well, as if I had been posting things that said I'm against Roe v. Wade being overturned, if I had said we need to stack the Supreme Court, gosh darn it, we need the Green New Deal, this is crazy. If I had said all the Republicans in Congress were behind this seditious act of trying to overthrow the government, if I had posted that stuff, I would actually still be employed.
Which is scary. That's scary.
Because these are some of the things, by the way, and I'm taking them very lightly compared to some of the things that these other authors and artists that they're retaining, that's what they're saying. And so they're saying things like Republicans should all roast in hell.
I know.
And that's a quote from one of them. And I'm like, but so if I posted that stuff, I would still be working here. But Catalyst is going, this isn't political at all. And I'm like, it is 100% political.
How could it not be?
You could say that, but you only said that I was the only person who had the relationship severed. That being the case, you clearly are picking a side in this fight, which is, as a publisher, a huge mistake. Unless that's your overall strategy. It's, hey, we're only going to market to the left. If that's the new strategy, well, then they have hit a home run. But I don't think it's going to be a home run with the fans.
No.
That's going to be a challenge. So
and we've seen that with Kenobi. We've seen that with Disney Star Wars. We're seeing with the MCU. We've seen it with every one of these products that are saying, oh, we're going to bend the knee. We're going to silence any voice of question or difference or opposition. And we're just going to do the woke thing. And they have all failed every single time. Fans just walk away and say, okay, well, like for myself, I stopped. It was episode 8, The Last Jedi. I stopped at 5 minutes into that movie. I have not touched anything Star Wars. We're about the same age, and I've been a fan for Star Wars since it came out in theaters when everyone was wrapping around the blocks to watch it. I've loved Star Wars, and now I don't care. It's like, oh, I don't care. I'm not going to watch it. I gave up on them. They left me. Why am I going to give them my money? Same thing with the latest phase 4 of Marvel. It was great up until Endgame, well, minus Ms. Marvel. And now I'm like, there's nothing in there that makes me want to be there. When are these companies, and we've seen this with every industry this has happened in. I don't understand how they don't get that this is dividing America and making people less, you're having less fans, less loyalty to your brand, more division in the country. We're just dividing people on so many levels, and that's not good for anyone anywhere.
It's not. And it's not that as if I'm a liberal writer or conservative writer, I'm inserting my ideals in books. I'm not doing that. I'm just telling good stories about great characters. That's my shtick.
You know what? Even if you were, and you're doing it well, because that's what a writer has, that ability. You're more fair and clear to put in anything you want in a book if it's a good book. I could care less.
And what I've found, it's been very interesting since this all started. I've had 3 different publishers reach out to me and say, let's have a talk. Good. And because we have conservative people that are writing for us, and we really don't care about what your politics are or what your politics aren't. We just want the talent.
Yeah, and let that come through. Yeah.
And I'm like, so these guys are actual publishers, that are substantive. And I'm sitting here going, these guys seem to have their stuff together. It's amazing to me that these other places are kowtowing or bending the knee to a handful of people in many cases. I even asked the President Kellis, I said, how do you know that these complaints? And at the time, he showed me that there were 5 complaints.
Oh, boy. Wow.
There were probably more. But his logic, I'm sure, was if I'm seeing 5, that means there's 1,000. I don't know. But I said, how do you know this isn't like 2 people with a bunch of sock accounts?
Right.
Because their messages are all cut and paste. So it may just be one guy sitting in his basement firing off 5 accounts. We don't know. And he goes, well, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, well, it kind of does. It actually kind of, like, if you're going to put me on trial and you're going to pass judgment, this is kind of a kangaroo court situation. You've already determined I'm guilty. You've applied the sentence. And now you're asking me, how do I feel about it? And I was very professional. I left it very professional. But then they decided to ask me for some pro bono work. And then they decided to call my work drivel. And, it's like, it wasn't enough for you to just let it go. You had to spike the ball in the infield and do a dance. What the hell were you thinking? That's good.
I think they're thinking that they're trying to cover their asses now because they're seeing the reaction and it's more negative than they thought. But you know what? Let's take a positive. Let's take a positive here because it means that you're now able to write to maybe 3 additional publishers you weren't writing to before.
Yeah.
You have the creative juggernaut now. That's an entire system. I like sci-fi. I like Warhammer. I don't like the new changes to Warhammer because they're becoming more woke, but I love Warhammer, the original 40K. I remember Battletech. I really didn't get into it as much. I was maybe the early 90s before I went to Russia. I was into it, but I didn't pick it back up. I recently was playing Mech Warrior 5, so I was reminding myself that I like House Karita and House Lau, not House Steiner. Don't know why, just they didn't appeal to me, probably because of the mechs they have. Steiner's real slow. They got big, slow mechs, as I recall. But so you have an opportunity. Are these things going forward? Are we going to see creative juggernaut? I think you were mentioning that you have an entire game system coming out.
Yeah, I did the initial design on the game system and it's in development right now, which takes a long time to get it right. I've written the first 3 novels. They're actually done and edited. We were going to do them as a Kickstarter. I got to talk to my business partners because some new opportunities are presenting themselves. So we may be able to get them out much quicker. Good. To a broader audience even than that. There's a whole bucket of opportunity that has presented itself here. And I look forward to it. I'm going to create games and I'm not going to pander to one political side or the other. We're just going to tell really cool stories that are set like 25 years in the future. It's military sci-fi. It's kind of got that feeling of The Expanse and some of the new science fiction vibe to it. There's great characters. There are ensemble casts, which I love writing about. I did that with Blue Dawn as well, where it's like I love having an ensemble of characters where you tell everything from their different perspectives. And from a writer's creative perspective, I just find that fun. The books for Land and Sea are just incredible. We're really excited about them.
You should be. I find it interesting because you're mentioning a lot of the stuff that I'm looking at now, like The Expanse, which is doing great. Eric July, the Rippaverse, doing fantastic. It's amazing. It sounds like you're doing what a lot of people are doing now is, okay, mainstream won't let me appeal to the fans. Let me go directly to the fans. And the fans are going, yes, please give me what I want. Give me more.
I tend to agree. I think it's sad that we have to go create our own commerce to do that we have to go find a place we have to go create places that are where free thought is accepted and open and things along those lines. I can assure you that when we hire authors, we are not going to be doing checks of their politics, and game support people. We're not going to be, trying to filter through, what their political leanings are. I'm looking for talent. Mm-hmm. I want the best of the best. I don't want people that, if they happen to have a completely different political ideology than me, fine, as long as it doesn't show up in their work. Or as long as it shows up appropriately, I really don't care. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, you can have whatever character you want as long as the character makes sense in that universe.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want. That's the character. Does it make sense?
Yeah. It's amazing, though, but the wokeness has entered the whole dynamic even of writing, even doing true crime. I was talking on a podcast. Oh, I do true crime. My daughter and I
know. But you're telling me they brought woke into how do you bring woke into it's crime?
Okay, I was literally on a podcast where I said, well, this woman was thought to be a prostitute, and they were like, stop, we have to edit that out. It's a sex worker. And I said, the police report said prostitute. And they're like, yeah, but we can't use that word. That word is inflammatory and derogatory to women. And I said, and I'm not kidding you, and it's a very famous podcaster too. And I said, okay, I'm going to use your words, but I got to be honest with you. I said, this is the first I ever heard of this in the true crime realm. And they're like, oh yeah, you can't use the word prostitute anymore. That's bad.
We can't use it anymore. It's like you can't call an illegal alien, which is a legal term. You have to use undocumented worker. The document they're missing is any authorization to be there. You can't say man or woman because what is a man? The opposite of a woman. What's a woman? Opposite of a man. It's circular logic that makes no sense and it helps no one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of woke stuff that has crept into even in the gaming stuff. When I was working on a book called Hour of the Wolf, the editor was asking me, can you change the sex of one of these characters? And I said, why? And he said, well, the last 2 chapters you've had just guys in scenes. And so it'd be good. It's a sausage fest. Change this so one of the people is a woman. And that was his word, not mine. Right. And I said, why? And he goes, well, because, then there'll be a mix of men and women. I said, you do know in the real world, sometimes only men are in the room and sometimes only women are in the room. Sometimes there's more men, sometimes there's more women. No, I'm not changing this to check off a box because it doesn't do anything for the story. It doesn't do anything for the character. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, and I'm sitting here, why am I having this discussion? And now it all kind of fits together as to, this is what was going on behind the scenes. And now I look back at some of the notes that I've had on books and I'm like, now I see what was driving some of this. It was politics. And I wasn't inserting politics. They were trying to get me to insert politics to virtue signal. And that's all it was. And I was like, I can't get into that. It's weird and it's not the right dynamic.
No, it never is because it comes off artificial and people can, no matter the medium, people will always react and realize this doesn't feel right. It's artificial. It doesn't fit because that's not the style of the medium that it has been. We're doing something wrong. And I think that, I have to tell you, Blaine, I think this is going to be one of the best things that has ever happened to you.
Well, thank you. I don't know if that's the case, but that wasn't the intent. I think a lot of people are going, oh, you did this to profit. And I'm like, yeah, if you saw the nasty stuff that people have been posting on me online, no sane person would volunteer to do that to try to sell a book.
That's silly because I've had a touch of that. I've had the people when I'm out at an event and I had literally a mob of 75. No one wants this. 75, imagine 75 people come up to you, surrounding you, scaring off the news media, and screaming in your face for an hour saying you're a racist. And they're not listening to anything. They're just keep screaming you're a racist for an hour. Do you think anyone wants that? No, we don't do this because we want that.
No. And it's amazing that people come up with all their little agendas and stuff. And sometimes a good cigar is just a good cigar.
Life is simple sometimes. But I've seen that, like for Gina Carano, like Eric July, we're seeing these creators who are coming out and they're having bigger success once they get through this hurdle. And it is a hurdle and it is a pain in the ass and no one should have to deal with it. But the success on the other side of that is even bigger because like all the weights are being lifted. It's like, okay, they're no longer on your back. And that's what I'm thinking is going to happen with you.
I don't know what the future holds. I've been busy anyway. I'm working on book 5 of the Blue Dawn series right now. Book 3 will be out sometime, I think this winter. I don't know if it'll be this year or early next. So I mean, book 4 is already done. I'm writing book 5. I'm working on a true crime book with my daughter. So we're having some fun doing that. I have plenty to keep me busy. This has been a huge distraction, but it's about my values and it's about who I am. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to compromise. I'm not going to apologize. There was a few people have said, well, why don't you just apologize and make this go away? I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong, so I'm not going to apologize.
I would, Blaine, I would yell at you on any of the various shows that we are on where we get to do roundtable and speak. I'd be right there at you going, why did you do that? Please don't do that. And I hope you never do. And I hope you don't stop any of the roundtables or any of the, I appreciate.
No. I'm enjoying I'm sharing my view. And I don't care if you don't agree with it. Right. Then don't watch it. I don't care. I'm not forcing anyone into my opinion. Exactly. I am talking to a specific audience. And I'm telling them things that will resonate with them. And I'm trying to do it as a writer in a creative way in some cases, or in a very direct way if I'm writing an op-ed or something along those lines. I'm not this horrible, evil person that I keep being painted as. And it's amazing to me that people kind of go down that path. But, these people, all they have is their hate at this point. All they have is their venom. And it doesn't matter if I do anything. They will rant and rage and do all their hatred, regardless. So, it's just a matter of you got to stick by your values and stick by your principles. And I'm going to do that.
That's the best thing that I hear. And I hope people are paying attention to that because when it comes to you, and it is, whether you're a small YouTube creator, whether you're writing a book, you're writing a song, you want to be an actor, you want to just live any part of your life. I mean, you try and work for Coca-Cola. They're trying to give you classes to apologize for being white. Never do that. Never do that. Don't apologize for being born whatever you are. You got to remember, the best answer, I believe, and I think Blaine is giving you a great example of that right now, just like Gina Carano, just like Eric July. Stand up and say, no, that's too far. That's a bridge too far. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to just bow down and obey. And you know me, Blaine. I hate just laying down. I'll obey. No, do not obey. We are Americans. We
Why
have
do
a
70%
wonderful...
of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag.
All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for being back with me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. Sorry, just checking to make sure my camera's still in focus. So I'm back. This is the second half of the program. We're going to be talking about some of the more domestic issues, obviously, that have been affecting America going into the 2024 election, how it's going to be affecting the rest of the world, as well as how it affects everyone here in the United States. You were just listening to my interview back in 2021 with the noted author Blaine L. Pardoe. I'm going to be speaking with him on my other channel, Old Man Voss, which is more of an entertainment channel. We're going to be doing a top 10 sci-fi challenge, I believe, on civilizations, top sci-fi civilizations. That'll be next week, Saturday at 3 p.m. I hope you will enjoy it, because sometimes we just need to take a break from the politics. It's been a crazy year. This summer has been insane. So many things have changed. So many things are unsure, unclear, in flux. So we do need to have that break to just relax and play a video game or just talk about sci-fi. And that's what's going to happen Saturday, October 5th, Blaine Pardoe. So I hope you enjoyed that interview. But Blaine was talking about, in 2021, we were talking about free speech, which is a massive, critical issue. And actually that comes up with what we just heard about John Kerry over at the World Economic Forum. And I'm going to be talking about that, how that may be affecting you in 2025. But before I get to that, I did want to address, there was some breaking news while we were away, and I do want to address that very briefly. Now, one of the first and more important things is, this is coming from NBC News. So again, this isn't far right. This isn't some kind of conspiracy. This is coming from the left itself. NBC News reports that over 13,000 illegal aliens who were convicted of murder are living outside of ICE, out of the United States control, and that is a big deal. Now, this is huge. Now, the number, a lot of people are having a problem with the number. The White House and Democrats are saying, well, that number is not really accurate because it may include people who have been in the United States for multiple years. That's the excuse they're coming up with. But here's the first thing. That's still 13,000 illegal aliens who have been previously convicted of murder. I don't know why they were convicted. They were convicted in their home country. So that could be Angola, it could be in Chile or Venezuela. They could be coming from Mexico, or they could be coming from the Philippines. I don't know. But wherever country they were in, they were convicted of murder, which may be true or maybe not. I don't care. We just know that they are convicted murderers. We know they're in the United States. And if we look through the NBC News article, and by the way, all the articles, all the data that I'm showing you will be added at the end of the live stream. I will have links for everything that I'm talking about so that you can look it up for yourself and see all of the details for yourself, and that may spark other research for you so you can come up with your own decision. But what I see, this is as of September 28th, the article's coming out, and most people are seeing it today. And it says that the illegal aliens, they keep calling them immigrants. They're not immigrants. They are criminals. They are illegal aliens. That is the proper legal term. They are individuals not native to the United States. They're from other countries. That makes them an alien. They are illegal. They entered the United States without authorization. Okay, and the fact that they get authorization after they broke in, which is what we see from the Biden-Harris administration, the laws that they're trying to pass, which are saying, oh, once they come into America and get caught, then they can ask for asylum. Well, that's after the fact. You've already committed the crime of entering the United States without documentation or authorization, without being vetted. You don't deserve to be in America. We're not the first country that you could have gone to. Unless you're trying to enter America and you're a Mexican or you're a Canadian, the first country that you would hit is somewhere else. So you can't claim asylum without breaking the law. These are illegal aliens, not immigrants, not migrants. And these illegal aliens have pending migration cases in the immigration cases in the United States. But they're not currently in detention, either because they are not prioritized for detention, they are serving time in jail or prison for additional crimes here in the United States, or because ICE cannot find them. Now, I think this is critical. Of course, two officials from ICE, making sure the Democrats look good, fortifying the 2024 election, they came out and they said it's not known how many are incarcerated because ICE is not always privy to the data, and the data could be from a couple of decades, a couple of different presidents. But here's the thing. This is, or at least many of these immigrants are recent, because they're pending immigration. We know that they would be within the last 3 years. According to the Biden-Harris administration and their policies on the open border for the United States, the only way you'd be pending immigration cases is that you came to the border within the last 3 years under Joe Biden, you asked for asylum, and you were given a case, and your case can take up to 3 years before you would see a judge. And you're running around America until that time. That's how those 8 members of Tajikistan, who are terrorists, were in California. God knows what they were doing there. We know they were known terrorists. They did the same thing. They entered America illegally. They got caught. They said they wanted asylum. They went to California, and then we found out that they were members of a terrorist cell and that they had to be deported from America. This is how it usually works. So this is the Biden-Harris administration. And now we are finding out that these illegal aliens do not have cases. Well, I don't know how many of the 13,000 murderers that are running around America right now have a voucher to show up in court in 3 years on the buddy system, that we just trust them. We trust them even though they broke our law to enter the country, even though they're a convicted criminal in their own country, we just trust them. This is what happens when you don't vet. That's why when people normally are asking for asylum, they have to go through a vetting process that takes 18 to 24 months before they can ever set foot in America, unless there's a special case like in Afghanistan, where we were running away from the Taliban and we just took boatloads of people. We literally were just filling C-130s with all of the Afghanis that ran up to try and escape from the Taliban, to escape from terrorism, and they were just filling. They were literally hanging on to the outside of the planes, dying, of course, because of it. But we just filled up C-130s just full of people that we could have done the same thing. We could have got all the Americans. We saw it in Afghanistan. We could have filled planes of C-130s full of Americans in the Ukraine or in the Sudan, could have filled them up and got the Americans out. We didn't. But we took out 60,000 Afghans without vetting them first. Well, in this case, as per NBC and the mainstream news media, we know that there are thousands, potentially 13,000 murderers that are just running around America right now, and no one's figured it out. We know they got a murder charge now, but they've been in America for up to 3 years, and they're just running around. Think about it. We don't even know if either we can't find them, which is the scariest thing. That's terrifying. Or that we know that some of them are in jail right now. that they came into America and committed more crimes. That's like your MS-13. This is like your foreign gangs, like in Colorado, what we're seeing with the Venezuelan gangs there, like the 11 gang members in New York City that beat up 2 police officers at 42nd Street. Yeah, these gangs of illegal aliens that are going to jail, they should be deported. They should have never got in the first place. And it's only because of the Biden-Harris open border policies that ultimately are meant to lead to a path to citizenship. Kamala Harris and the Democrats are so concerned with having a subservient class of Americans that have to vote Democrat to maintain their power to stay in this country that they're willing to allow murderers into our country en masse. Think about that. Thousands. That's thousands, potentially thousands of murderers and potential murders continuing in America. And we know at least some of them, an unknown number, are in jail. And the only reason we don't know how many are in jail, because states and cities like Chicago, like New York State, like California, like Washington State, like Oregon State, they don't tell. They are sanctuary cities and states, and they don't tell the federal government about the person being an illegal alien. Mind you, that's the law. They are required by law to tell the federal government, to tell ICE that they are an illegal alien and they just got arrested for, I don't know, mugging someone, from carjacking someone, for attempting to kill someone. And instead of telling the government, hey, this illegal alien is in the country and they broke a law, they need to be deported, but because of the sanctuary status and the open border policies of Democrats, they're still here in America. And they're going to be, some of them will be released from jail because they served their time for mugging someone or for carjacking or for attempted sexual assault. And they get released, and instead of being deported like they should be, like the law says they must be, Biden and Kamala Harris and Democrats are saying, oh, let them just run around America. Don't tell anyone. Doesn't matter that they're a murderer. Let them just run free. This is the problem. I can't stand that Democrats are doing this. It is insane. In addition, there was additional brand new breaking news. This is from the Associated Press. And this is potentially another East Palestine, Ohio situation. Potentially. Maybe it might happen, it might not, but it's something to be very aware of. And we would want to hear from Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and it will be interesting to see if he and the Biden-Harris administration, if they actually step up and do anything to protect people. They didn't in East Palestine, Ohio, until they were forced. They got to be embarrassed. They had to be embarrassed. Trump was sending water to the people of East Palestine before Pete Buttigieg decided that he would actually do his job and actually show up and try and help the people there. Well, what's the Biden administration going to do now? Because we know that an interstate just outside of Atlanta had to be closed down because there is a chemical plant fire. We know that that is happening as we speak. It's East Atlanta region in Georgia right now, and that there are contaminants. There's a chemical, the plant is on fire. It's had something to do with the mix of the water and the chemicals that were there. It's created a plume of smoke. This is very much like what we saw at East Palestine, where there was an accident with the train, which caused a fire, which left off a plume of smoke, the chemicals being released into the air, and that to this day has contaminated the area, and many people are suffering long-term illnesses. And it will be interesting to see if the Biden administration reacts to this. Are they going to be checking on the people in Georgia? Are they going to be finding out if there's any long-term exposure issues? So far, that is not the case. The Biden-Harris administration has not responded. But the Conyers Rockdale County Fire Chief, Marion McDaniel, has been on scene. They are looking over the situation with the plant is Biolab, and they are looking over to see what chemicals were in the plume and how much damage it may be doing to the surrounding area. People are advised to stay in their homes or evacuate the area, depending on how close they are to the chemical fire. I just think this is another East Palestine kind of scenario where the Democrats will try to minimize this. They will try to ignore this. The Biden-Harris administration will not react to this until they get embarrassed, until enough people suffer and have long-term medical issues. Then and only then will they start to say something, because it might affect the election if they don't. Well, guess what? Here's your chance. Get ahead of this. Instead of waiting to be embarrassed by Donald Trump or someone else going to help the people of Atlanta, go there now, check the people, make sure they're going to be okay. Is that too much to ask from our government? That's what they're supposed to do. That's why we have an EPA. That's why we have a Department of Transportation. That's why the government exists, to take care of this for us, because it's something one individual can't do on their own. So go and do your job. But they're not. They're not. And there's a good chance that this will become another East Palestine, Ohio. This is East Palestine, Ohio 2.0. where we will see the government fail and people will have long-term health effects that will be negative and detrimental to their life because, well, they're just not going to pay attention. The government is just going to wait because they're afraid. Biden and Kamala Harris, the Biden administration, they're afraid that if they do something now, it will cost them votes. Well, my answer is, if you do nothing and it turns out to be a bigger problem, then it's going to cost you a hell of a lot more votes when we find out after the fact that you could have been there day one trying to take care of the problem and you chose not to. That votes and maintaining power were more important than the health of the American people that they are obligated, they are sworn to take care of. Do your job. Go and check on these people. Find out if there's a situation or not. It's really simple. You got thousands, tens of thousands of employees. Send one of them over there with an air tester, some kind of device to test the air, see what chemicals are there, see if there is a long-term exposure, and make a public statement. It's that simple. By tonight, by the time I get done with this show, we should know what chemical it is, and we should know if there's a long-term exposure impact, and then we should see the government trying to make a plan from there. Not because people will panic. They won't panic if you're doing your job, if you're actually trying to help the people and giving them information along the way. People will absolutely panic if nobody tells them what's going on, and all they know is people will get sick. And sicker, and the government is nowhere to be seen, and no one has an answer. Do your job. This is what the Biden-Harris administration is supposed to be doing, to check this out. So that's something that's breaking news. And again, we don't know all of the situation, but it is something that is potentially far worse than what we think it is. Let me go to, and the final thing that I thought was very interesting in the breaking news while we were away, in Austria, there is an election today. And as we see the elections going on, and it looks like the far-right Freedom Party is going to be winning their first national election. Now, this goes in line with what we have been seeing. We've seen it in Poland, in Sweden, in Norway. We've seen this in Germany, in France, in Italy. Throughout all of Europe, we are seeing a movement to the center right. What I know that they're often called the far right. That's the far right for Europe. By European standards, many of these organizations are far right. But in terms of American standards, of what we think of as the left and the right, you're talking about pretty much center right. Because anything in America, anywhere, if you're a progressive, you're always moving to the left. If you're a socialist, you're a communist, you're always moving to the left. You're always becoming more and more leftist. But the second you stop, everyone becomes, theoretically, according to the news, and you see this in NBC, MSNBC, CNN, you see this all the time. If someone just stops moving to the left, they instantly become far right. According to the American news media and much of the media around the world, there is no such thing as center right, except that's where most people are. That America is a center right nation. Many nations are center right. If you just look at the people, governments might be more extreme, but the people tend to be center right. People tend to have more conservative fiscal issues, maybe even social issues on most things. That's it. It's very simple. So this is a center-right organization. This is the first time since World War II that the right is going to win. Now, that's because, in part, when you're looking at Austria, when you're looking at Germany, because of their history in the 1930s, a lot of people are a little concerned about being identified as being part of the right. It's what we see they're trying to do here in America, to put some negative stigma on being conservative or being Republican or being on the right. Well, they try and make that synonymous with terrorism. Although every time we have seen riots, when we have seen attempted arsons or actual arsons, when we have seen streets being blocked off, when we see autonomous zones, that's all the left. The American left, that's who does that. That's done by progressives, that's done by leftists. That's never the case with the center right, with anyone on the right in America. So there's a game being played there. But I thought it was interesting because at the moment, the projection is that with 90% of votes counted, the Freedom Party is going to have 28.9% of the vote. The current existing government, which they call the Austrian People's Party, which is more left-leaning, it's a socialist or leaning ideology, 26.3%. So the people are rejecting the current government in Austria and saying, stop moving left, move to the right. Stop continuing to try and be more and more socialist, and let's go in a different direction. Socialism hasn't worked. Communism doesn't work. Being progressive doesn't work. Let's try something new. Everywhere in the world, all of Europe, we're seeing this over and over again, but we're not seeing that in America. Somehow in America, we're saying, no, you have to go further left. Kamala and Ilhan Omar and Anna Presley and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they're saying, no, you have to go more and more to the left. CNN, MSNBC, you have to be more and more leftist. The rest of the world said, we tried that. It didn't work. Let's go in the opposite direction. Let's try the opposite policies. That might work a hell of a lot better. And in fact, even the center left, see, there's a center left. There is no center right. There's never a center right in these stories. There is always a center left because the goal is you have to move left, always to the left, never to the right. Always more progressive, always more socialist, never more conservative. And the center left, the Social Democrats, the socialists, were in third place with 21%. So you have two left-leaning organizations, over 40% of the government in Austria, and the people are saying, we have to stop that. We have to go in the opposite direction. I think it's very interesting that we keep seeing this, that people are tired. As an example, in Austria, they're tired of the environmentalists. They're tired of the woke. They're tired of the democratic socialists. They want to go in the opposite direction because they know they've gone too far. Socialism and the left don't work. Being progressive is not a positive. It only leads to negativity. It only leads to destruction. It has always failed Try something different. Everyone else in the world is figuring this stuff out, but here in the United States, they have no idea. They don't get it. I don't know why. It's very upsetting. So I wanted to make sure we covered the breaking news. Those 3 stories happened while we were on break for that hour and you were watching Blaine Pardoe. So that's good. I also got myself some coffee, which is cool. Hopefully your football team did well and you're joining me now, and I appreciate and thank each and every one of you. Again, I am Michael Voss, the Political Dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx. It is September 29th. It's currently 6:10, and I'm happy to be here with you talking about some of the domestic issues that are affecting America and the election going forward. We've already talked about what's happening in the Middle East. We've already asked the question, what is the Biden-Harris foreign policy? We have no idea. What is Kamala Harris's ideas about foreign policy? We have no idea. What are they doing about the American hostages that are held by Hamas and most likely are all dead? We have no idea. How many hostages are held by Hamas at this time? We don't know. The numbers keep changing and they keep getting smaller the closer we get to the election, because it doesn't make Biden and Kamala Harris look as bad. We know the number should be 19. The number currently being offered is somewhere between 12 and 3. And there's different reports, each of them saying a different number. So it's kind of like how many Americans were left behind in Afghanistan. Joe Biden said 100. We know that it's closer to, we know over 1,000 returned from Afghanistan, Americans returned from Afghanistan within the year after him telling you that it was only 100. And we know there's probably another 5,000 still in Afghanistan having to hide from the Taliban. It's terrifying. So we were talking a little bit about that earlier in the program. I think it was important. We were talking about the Sudan, and we were talking about the Americans that were abandoned there, even as the Biden-Harris administration is trying to get a ceasefire going on with the war in the civil war in the Sudan. They have no mention of the 16,000 Americans that Joe Biden abandoned 1 year ago. 1 year ago. And now we have a special envoy working specifically for the ceasefire, but he won't mention any of the Americans directly. And I believe, based on his statements with Deutsche Welle today, that he is telling us that some of those 15,000 Americans, they're being sold into, they're being forced into sexual slavery. Some of those Americans are eating twigs and branches. They're starving to death. And this is because the Biden administration just threw them away because it was not politically convenient. We were talking about what's happening in the Middle East with Israel and the Houthis, with Hezbollah as well, and how Israel is reacting to these nations and defending itself. But the root cause and the root problem is Iran. And we see Biden-Harris have no plan whatsoever to deal with them, which is why in 3 interviews, CNN, ABC, MSNBC, not one question about how a Harris administration would be dealing with Iran. They just avoid it completely. All of that being said, let's talk about what's happening here. I saw something earlier today. It was shared, I think, by Elon Musk. And I saw this before the show, and I wanted to talk about this at some length. And I'll get to Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, his indictment. Why is he being indicted? We'll get to that in 1 second. But I saw this, which is from the Sustainable Development Impact meeting with the World Economic Forum. Now, a lot of people may have heard of the WEF. It's not a good organization. It's very much connected to people like George Soros. It is something that many people feel is like the Illuminati. These are a group of individuals who are trying to maintain as much power as possible at the cost of your freedom. And they're willing to do this globally. But regardless of what you think about excuse me, no matter what you think about the World Economic Forum, we know that John Kerry was speaking at one of their events. John Kerry, who is working as the environmental czar for the Biden-Harris administration. So what is he doing at this event? He's talking about the First Amendment. Now, you may say to yourself, but Mike, he's supposed to be working on the environment, green energy. What's that got to do with the First Amendment? My right to speak to you, for you to speak to me, to talk about politics, to talk about our government, to talk about our world, and to try and improve it. What's that got to do with green energy? And you would be right to say nothing, except we hear and we have this video, and in it, as quoted by Colin Wright, he says, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to hammer disinformation out of existence. What we need is to win the right to govern by hopefully winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. I want you to think about that. What he just said is we need to destroy the First Amendment. John Kerry, the green energy environmentalist czar for the Biden-Harris administration, the former Secretary of State under Barack Obama, his plan is take away free speech. And we've heard that Kamala Harris has said the same thing. She wants to limit free speech. She wants to get some form of the Disinformation Governance Board back in effect. If she wins the election, she wants to restrict your free speech online, social media, to restrict your free speech. We know that the White House is currently coercing, not cooperating with, not suggesting, they are coercing, forcing social media companies to edit and isolate what you say, to put you on the naughty list and to restrict and suppress your voice. We know that. They went to the Supreme Court about this. We know that they're doing it. We know that Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO and creator of Facebook, he has come out and admitted that the Biden-Harris administration, the White House, twisted his arm and forced him to segregate and to suppress American citizens' voices on his platform because they didn't like what people were saying, because it wasn't politically advantageous. Mark Zuckerberg famously publicly came out and admitted that, something that we have known and mentioned many, many times for years now. So when we hear John Kerry say that he wants to break the First Amendment and destroy free speech, I'm not surprised. But I know what you're thinking. But Mike, this is coming from a group called End Wokeness. Who are these guys? And this guy, Colin Wright, he's an evolutionary biology PhD. What's he know about this? Well, you're right. The sources are a little questionable. That's why I went to Real Clear Politics, because I like to go to the biggest source I can very often with these statements. So let's get out of the Twitterverse. I'm not even going to look at his minor quote, and I know he has video, but let's go and see in full context what is John Kerry talking about. So we go to Real Clear Politics, which is an essentially neutral site, and looking at Real Clear Politics, they're covering it today, September 29th. The article is posted by Tim Haynes. The title is John Kerry Tells the World Economic Forum Our First Amendment Stands as a Major Block Against Hammering Disinformation Out of Existence. Your free speech is preventing them from limiting your free speech. That's what he just said. That's what the title is about. I had to look at this. I said, oh my God, could this actually be happening before our face? That they are saying this out loud. This is the quiet part being said out loud. Last week, at a World Economic Forum panel on green energy, investing, and sustainable development, which have nothing to do with free speech, nothing to do with disinformation. They're not connected. So that the fact that John Kerry is connecting free speech with green energy investments, I don't understand. The fact that whether or not I agree with green energy policy is none of the business of John Kerry. He can't tell me I can't say that. To say that solar and wind do not work because they are not efficient, they are not effective. We don't have a grid that can carry the load. We don't have efficient batteries. We don't have proper removal and treatment for batteries that are old or that they get on fire. We don't have proper treatment for wind turbines. The blades, when they need to be removed, they're toxic. The solar panels are toxic. So, yeah, there are problems. Now, John Kerry may not like me saying these things, even though they are scientifically and empirically correct. These are all true statements backed up by deep science. And anyone who is actually serious about green energy is aware of each and every one of these issues, whether or not they agree with my conclusion that green energy is inefficient and ineffective, although the evidence shows it as such. That's another thing. But John Kerry wants to silence me for saying that. He wants to silence you for hearing that. It's not a discussion we're supposed to have. We're supposed to just bend over and take it. We're just supposed to be silent and obey. I disagree. Going on. According to the article from Politico, former U.S. Senator, former Secretary of State under the Obama administration. Notice they leave that out. They mentioned that he was a former senator. Well, after he was a senator, he was the Secretary of State for the Obama-Biden administration. That's a pretty big, pretty huge position. You would think they would mention that, except they don't want you to realize how important he is to Democrats and to their overall policy. See, they're giving him some distance so that he's not part of the regime, the progressive movement to the left. They want to distance him from that. They want him to seem like, well, he's just a senator, and then it's the first time he's working in any position of power. That's not true. He worked with the Iranians. He worked against the United States, against our allies. That has been found out. He's given away state secrets to the Iranians. He was part of the reason why the Iran nuclear deal exists and why Iran now has the ability to build drones and, more importantly, IBM's intercontinental ballistic missiles. So John Kerry, who's the Biden administration's climate envoy, identified the First Amendment, and I love this. They say John Kerry correctly identified the First Amendment as a major block preventing the government from halting the spread of disinformation. First of all, it's not the government's job to prevent misinformation or disinformation or any kind of information. That is not their job. That's why we have a First Amendment. It is not the job of the government to decide what is or is not information you can consume or create. Not their job. If you want to read about Bigfoot, you can. If you think mermaids are real, you can read about that. You can talk about that. If you want to convince someone, a scientist, Einstein or whomever, about the earth being flat, you have that right. Whether it's disinformation or misinformation or incorrect information, it doesn't matter. That is your First Amendment right. They cannot and should never interfere with that. And yet they're trying to justify this. And they're saying that the First Amendment is a problem. It is a problem that you have free speech, that you can talk to people and say, this is what I think. Just like this program, you may say, Mike, I don't agree with anything that you've said. That's fair. We can have that conversation. You may want to, if you think that Kamala Harris is great, that she's a brilliant politician, we can have that conversation. You can provide your evidence and I can provide mine. That's the freedom of free speech. Now, John Kerry may not like it. Kamala Harris may not like it because I may convince people that she's an idiot, that she only has 3 talking points and every question she's asked comes back to those 3 points. That's it. She has 3 talking points and Orange Man black. Orange Man bad in every single question she gets asked. She always circles back. I grew up middle class. I'm going to give a $25,000 tax credit to first-time home buyers. I'm going to give parents with their first newborn child, the first year of their life, we're going to give them $6,000. Now, from age 1 through 21, it's on you. You don't get the tax credit. But for the newborn, you'll get a $6,000 tax credit. Isn't she great? These are the issues she says over and over and over again because she doesn't actually have policy, because she doesn't actually understand the issues, and she can't answer anything outside of what she has memorized that they spent the first 40 days of her campaign drilling into her these 3 talking points and Orange Man bad. And that's all she can say. She has nothing else. And she's horrible at saying those things. And we've seen that in the interview in CNN, ABC, and MSNBC. Don't have to believe me. I've covered them all. She says the same exact talking points every single question. And because John Kerry doesn't like that. More importantly, because the Democratic Party and the WEF don't like me pointing out that she only has 3 things she can say in an interview with the mainstream news media after being vice president for 3.5 years. Well, they call that disinformation. That's disinformation. By the way, what is the meaning of disinformation? Is false information purposely spread to influence the public opinion or obscure the truth. Now, you might think, who would be doing something like that? Could that possibly be the Hunter Biden laptop? How about the Russia conspiracy? How about the Ukraine phone call conspiracy? Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can say is disinformation, and it comes from the mainstream news media, and it's been coming from the Biden-Harris administration, the government itself. But that's disinformation that's okay. It's okay for them to lie to your face about the jab. If you get the jab, you'll have no side effects whatsoever. Well, that was a lie. That was disinformation from Joe Biden himself, December of 2022. He lied to your face. But that's okay. The laptop, it's fake. It's not real. As we can see here in this article, which came from Politico, what was everyone saying? 50 former intelligence officials, by the way, the same people who are now supporting Kamala Harris, the same intelligence officials are now saying Kamala Harris is the greatest thing ever. Those 50 intelligence officials said, nope, the whole story about the Hunter Biden laptop, that's Russian disinformation. It's not real. They said, oh no, it's all untrue. And they lied. Within 3 months, it was independently verified by almost every single major news media organization in the country. Within a year, the FBI itself came out and finally admitted it was real. 2.5 years after this story, we finally got the New York Times to admit that the Russia laptop was real, that it wasn't Russian disinformation, that it actually was the truth, because they were protecting Democrats, because they were trying to fortify for the 2024 election. But they lied to you. That's disinformation. And guess what? John Kerry isn't worried about the disinformation coming from the New York Times. He's not worried about the disinformation coming from the Biden-Harris administration. He doesn't care that Kamala Harris was in a debate and lied to your face on national TV. No, he's worried about you. He's worried about you, the American citizen. How dare you have questions about the government? How dare you not obey? Let's look at what he actually says. I mean, I really want to break this down. Folks, this is crazy to me. And again, these are his words coming from real clear politics. This is coming from the left and center. This isn't... Where's that coming from? Oh.
And I think
Sorry. So let's actually take a look at what he had to say here. John Kerry, he says, quote, the dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing. The people who don't like social media are politicians, because it's where people can reach out very efficiently and quickly and say, I don't like that politician. When Nancy Pelosi said, oh, you have to pass the bill to find out what's in it. Yeah, I was able to share that with everyone. When AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, went on 60 Minutes and she told the world that it doesn't matter. She doesn't care about what's empirically, systemic, semantically, mathematically. She doesn't care about the truth. She cares about feelings, and I can share that whenever people go, well, Democrats, they believe in the truth. No, they don't. AOC said so. We have it, and we can share that. And that's the people who are upset about social media. That's where the anguish is coming from politicians who were used to people just believing them without ever being able to be proven wrong. So the anguish and dislike isn't growing unless you're talking about certain politicians going on. It is part of our problem, particularly in democracies, in terms of building consensus around any issue. It is a problem. The internet and people talking to each other is a problem because they want you to obey. He goes on to say, it's really hard to govern today because people ask questions, because people can look up when you flip-flopped on an issue, kind of like Kamala Harris. We can see in 2019, she said she was against fracking. She never changed her position. Today, when she's running for president, she says, oh, I've changed my position on fracking in 2020. No, she didn't. Joe Biden had a different position on fracking, not Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was always against fracking until she was looking to get elected, and then she flipped her position. Kamala Harris was happy and promoting the fact that she's East Indian in every election up until she was running for president, and then she started saying that she was an African American. See, that's his problem. That's why you have trouble governing today. We can see the lies, and even when the CBS doesn't do any fact checking, we can do it ourselves. He goes on to say, you can't. The referees we used to have to determine what is fact and what isn't a fact have kind of been eviscerated to a certain degree. That would be the mainstream news media. Yes, the mainstream news media, who used to tell us this is the fact, isn't the case because we caught them lying. Like the Hunter Biden laptop. The New York Times lied to you, and we caught them. Rachel Maddow, every night for 3 years, was telling you that Russia collusion was real, and she lied to you every day. We have the evidence. We can see it, and we can share it with each other. And that's why the public trust in the mainstream news media is so low, because we can see the evidence and we can show it to each other and say, no, this is exactly what they said. They're lying to you. So he lost the cover of the mainstream news media. People ask questions. They don't just simply bow down and just take it. And he's upset about that. He goes on to say, and people go and self-select where they go for their news and for their information. Yes, we don't rely on the three. When I grew up, there were three stations: ABC, CBS, and NBC. Three stations. And you got your news from those three stations. When I was a teenager, we got to have the local news as well. WPIX Channel 11 in New York. There were four stations. Then came in the 80s, going into the 90s, we got cable. And that's when we got the 24-hour news cycle. And we had the ability to choose from more news sources. And we started to be able to see that this one didn't tell me the full story. They didn't cover that story. They didn't give me that quote. They didn't show me that interview, that conversation. And we decided to go and find other things. Then we got the internet, and we were able to look up the article itself. We were able to actually videotape the entire speech ourselves and share it with our friends, because the news media isn't going to show you a 2-hour event over with Donald Trump. Instead, they'll show you 30 seconds of what they want you to see rather than what was actually happening. But I can actually see the entire event. I can see the entire speech and see every word of it and make my own mind up. They're losing power. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about the control that they had over the public because the public didn't know any better, that they had no other way of finding out what was being said. Like when I go and look at what's happening overseas and I look at the BBC or I look at Deutsche Welle, like I showed you, where I see the American government has an envoy who's in the Sudan but isn't trying to get the Americans abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration back home. He will not mention that publicly, but I can see it because I can see the German news station as opposed to waiting for NBC or CBS or the New York Times to try and tell me about it. They won't. It's a news blackout. They stopped talking about Sudan and Americans being abandoned there on May 5th of 2023, and they've never mentioned another word about it. Doesn't mean anyone came home. But let me go on. John Kerry continues to say, so it's really hard, much harder to build consensus, read that as compliance, today than at any time in the last 40 or 50 years I've been involved with this. He's been involved in government for 40 to 50 years, and he's part of the party that tells you that they have the solutions. 40 to 50 years, some of their people have been in for almost my entire lifetime, have been just in government, and they still don't have the solutions. They keep telling you, I have the solution. Then why is this still a problem? You've been there for 5 decades. If you have the solution, you should have fixed it by now, shouldn't you? Oh, but we don't want to talk about that. It's like Kamala. You've been in office, you've been there, vice president for 3.5 years dealing with the southern border. Why is today only the second time you've actually been to the southern border? Why didn't you close the border already? You're telling us that you want to build a wall. Well, it was your administration, Kamala Harris, you and Joe Biden, that actually stopped building the wall and sold off all the materials at a loss. It was you guys who opened the border. Not Trump, not anyone else. You did that. And now you're telling me you have the solution for illegal immigration? Where have you been? It's been your job for 3.5 years. Oh, but this is why they don't have consensus. Or what he's saying consensus, he means compliance. He means obedience. Because we have the evidence at our fingertips. We can look it up and we can actually share it with each other. So when they tell us something that is complete bull, we can actually say, here's the truth. And they can't spin it. Let's go on. John Kerry goes on to say, there's a lot of discussion now about how you curb these entities, that would be the internet, social media sites, in order to guarantee that you're going to have some accountability on facts. Now, there is conversation, the Disinformation Governance Board. There are ideas from Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, Senator Blumenthal, about putting in government controls and oversight onto the internet so that they can censor any and every aspect of the internet. They want censorship. They want to suppress. That's their control. That's why the White House strong-armed Facebook and likely Twitter and likely YouTube and Google strong-armed them to suppress actual information like, hey, there are in fact side effects from the jab. Ooh, that came from who? The WHO, the CDC, from Johns Hopkins. We had the evidence, and they said, you can't talk about that. Oh, wearing a mask, wearing 2 masks, wearing 5 masks, guess what? Isn't healthy for you, doesn't work. Oh, well, you got to suppress that too. Nope, you can't talk about it. That's what he's talking about, curbing that. It is strong-arming the various social media companies to silence the public who are disagreeing with the approved message from the government. He goes on to say, but look, if people only go to one source, and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda, they're putting out disinformation. Our First Amendment stands as a major block to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. Let's be very clear on this. So if people only go to one source, I grew up, there were only 3 sources, ABC, CBS, NBC. He didn't have a problem with that there were only 3 major. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, PBS, which had the, what is that, the Neil McNeil hour. So there was 4 channels. 3 of the major channels and 1 other. Now we have far, far more. But he was perfectly fine if people only had the choice of going to ABC News or NBC News or ABC or CBS or to the New York Times. Oh, only one source. He was perfectly fine with that. He's not happy with people going to one source when it isn't the one he likes, when it isn't the one that is promoting his political agenda. Oh, you're not going to MSNBC. You're not going to NBC. You're going to the Gateway Pundit. Oh, well, that's a problem. It's a problem now because you're only going to the Gateway Pundit. You're only looking at this channel right here, where I'm looking at news from 30 different sources around the world, and I'm giving them to you. Oh, my God, why are you going to just over at No Soundbites Allowed? I mean, he's only looking at 30 news sources from every country around the world. No, that's bad news. You can't do that. You have to go to MSNBC because they're going to push the approved political message that came straight from the White House. And he goes, and he says, and the source they go to is sick. Sick for who? Oh, you mean it's not progressive? Well, that's okay. I'm not required to listen to only progressive news. I'm not required to listen to leftist news. I'm not, that's not my obligation. Just because you don't like the source doesn't mean it's wrong. Just because you may or may not like Fox News or ONS or any of these news stations, News Nation, you don't like them doesn't mean they're wrong. And in fact, like people were very upset with, and John Kerry was one of them, who were upset with the New York Post and said, oh, no, I don't like them. The New York Post is sick. They're putting out news about the Hunter Biden laptop because it was true. Just because you didn't like it, John Kerry, just because the Democratic Party didn't like it, just because it didn't get them votes, doesn't mean it wasn't true. So you can call it sick all you want. It doesn't mean it's not the truth. It means you don't like it. It's not politically advantageous to you. And then he goes on to say, excuse me, they're putting out disinformation. Disinformation, that's coming from the government. As I've detailed several times now, that comes from the government, that comes from the mainstream news media. How many people have been fired by New York Times, NBC, CBS, CNN? How many of them have been fired for plagiarism and or just outright making up their own news story. Dozens. Within the last 5 years, dozens of their reporters have been fired for just making up stories or just outright plagiarizing a story. And you're telling me that they're the ones who are the bastions of news, that they're not part of the disinformation? Therefore, John Kerry comes to our First Amendment is the problem. How? You have not made the case that the First Amendment is the problem, because it is our right by birth. Whether you like it or not, whether it is abused or not, it is our right by birth. The government does not have a right in America to stop people. In England, they can't say things. I understand that. They're restricted in the words they can say. And they're now threatening Americans for daring to say things like, Rishi Sunak sucks. You know what? Keir Starmer is an idiot. Keir Starmer is working with the socialists to destroy the UK. Hey, police over in the UK, if you don't like that, come to America, come to the Bronx. I dare you to try and arrest me. I dare you. Rishi Sunak, I can say that Keir Starmer is a traitor to the United Kingdom. He is doing more to destroy the United Kingdom than he is to do anything else. If you don't like that, you don't have to like that. And I'm an American. I can say that. If I were British, I couldn't possibly say that. But you know what? Come to America. I dare you to come to America and try and arrest me for that. I dare you. But this is what John Kerry wants. He wants to do what they're doing in the United Kingdom, to arrest people for saying things he doesn't like. That's evil. That's authoritarian. And he's saying that he's going to do this to help you. He's from the government. He's going to help. I don't think so. He goes on to say, so what we need is to win the ground, win the right to govern by hopefully winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. So they need power, and they need to maintain power so that, and they do that by getting enough votes. And if they have enough power, they can change the First Amendment. They can take away your right to free speech. Even though it is a God-given right, it is a right by birth of every single American, and in my opinion, everyone in the world, that if he can get enough votes, enough people to vote blue, no matter who, that they will take away your right to speak. They will suppress you. They will imprison you. Kind of like they do in the United Kingdom, kind of like what they're doing in Canada as we speak, like we see in France and other nations. They will punish you for not saying the approved thing. This is evil. John Kerry is talking about pure, unadulterated evil, and the mainstream news media is not covering this. They are not talking about this. They don't want you to know that this is the secret sauce that they're trying to put in. That as long as they keep talking about Project 2025, look at what John Kerry is telling you that the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrats, are working on right now. This is why they want power. This is why they switched out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris. They didn't want to lose. They need the power so they can suppress your voice, so they can shut you up. Let me go on. Obviously, there are some people in our country who are prepared to implement change in a whole other way. If you're right wing, the right are evil. They're actually talking. How dare they talk? How dare they have a video, a live stream, a political commentary? How dare they engage the public and actually talk about these issues and actually use their voices and suggest and talk about things, right or wrong? left or right, to have a conversation. How dare they? We are the bad guys. He might as well say MAGA is evil. He might as well say that I, Michael Voss, a black Puerto Rican, is the same thing as a Nazi, because that's what that line is saying right there. That is what he is telling you. If you do not believe and obey the approved message from the government, then you're a Nazi. That's what he just said. He goes on and finishes with, I think democracies are very challenged right now and have not proven that they can move fast enough big enough to deal with the challenges that they are facing. The government can't keep up with you on social media. They can't go to all the different sites that you go to alter the news. They don't have control of everywhere that you're sharing information and having conversations with your friends with, and they want to. So the government's having that challenge. He goes on to say, and to me, that is part of what this election is all about. That's what the 2024 election's about. Giving the government the power to silence you, to suppress you, to punish you, an American citizen. There are people around the world that are dying. Hang on, let me bring this up here. There are people around the world who are dying right now because they want a sliver of the freedom that America represents. There are people in Hong Kong, the entire governing body of Hong Kong, 47 elected officials disappeared around the world. They had to go into hiding, and many of them have disappeared because the Chinese government made them disappear because they dared to ask for a sliver of the freedom that the United States represents. Because they dared to sing the American national anthem in Hong Kong, people disappeared forever. People in China have disappeared. The Uyghurs disappeared because they're religious. And the Chinese government didn't like that religion. This is what John Kerry is telling you he wants for you. That he wants to disappear people because they have an unapproved thought. That he wants to silence you and punish you. He wants a social credit score so that he can punish people when they don't obey the government. This is autocratic. This is a dictatorship. This is evil being pushed. And John Kerry is saying it out in the open. He said this. I got this from Politico. This is his words. This was on screen. I'm sharing this link at the end of the show. Does anyone think I'm wrong in my assessment of what John Kerry has said? Does anyone think I am wrong in going over this in detail for you, line by line, of what he's saying that is attacking the First Amendment? He's being very nice. He's saying it not eloquently, but he's saying it nicely that that he and the Biden-Harris administration and Democrats want to destroy your freedom. In particular, your freedom of speech, your ability to communicate with your friends and family and fellow Americans around the world. How dare you? He will punish you for this. And some people are going to vote blue no matter who. Having heard this, having seen what we have just gone over for, I don't know, what was it, half an hour, 45 minutes, and going over it in detail, line by line, this is what John Kerry has said. He's, excuse me, a former Secretary of State, a former senator, a current member of the Biden administration, is telling you that he is all in favor of a dictatorship. And I'm the bad guy. Hang on one second, folks. Just gotta, 1 second here. Where is it? There. Give me 1 second. Thank you for that. There we go. I just had to sneeze real quick. So, I don't know. Have I misunderstood this? Is there anyone that thinks I got this wrong? That I somehow misunderstood what John Kerry has said? I mean, it's not like I didn't show you word for word everything he said in context, in complete context. And this is what is being said by by Real Clear Politics, by Tim Haines. And Tim Haines is telling you that this is a correct thing, that this is the truth, that the First Amendment is a problem. Tim Haines, who is Tim Haines? Let's see what Tim Haines has to say for himself. Let's look at his history. So he likes Saturday Night Live. Scott Jennings mocks Tim Walz to appeal to conservatives. Okay, so he didn't like that. Donald Trump tosses chicken tenders to a crowd. What? CNN panel, Walz and Vance prepare to battle. Let's see. Harris shifts focus to border crisis stocks. Okay. Will VP debate be last word for campaigns? Donald Trump's Republican Party has made huge gains with Latino voters. So he seems overall neutral. Seems. Again, I'm just looking through. So I can't tell much about this guy, Tim Haines. But it seems really clear that he has a problem when it comes to free speech. He has a problem when it comes to people choosing who they trust in the news media. Because I don't trust Tim Haines now. I have zero trust for Tim Haines. I think Tim Haines is out of his mind. That's me. I'm just writing it down for myself. I'll never trust him again because he's all in favor of destroying the First Amendment. Something that protects him as a journalist as well as an American. And he wants to destroy it because he thinks it will give him more power. It will give Democrats more power. And it seems that he is more in line with and happy to have his political party, his ideology have power rather than him have free speech, his birthright. I disagree, Tim. And Tim Haines, if you ever see this and you ever want to dispute this with me, if I have misunderstood you, I will have you on. I invite you to the channel and we can have this conversation about free speech. We can have this conversation about what John Kerry just said. I'll be happy to give you as much time as you need. Unlike the mainstream news media, I don't need commercial breaks. I don't need to stop. I can go for 6 hours. Hell, we can have a conversation for 12 hours in a row without a break. I can do that. I have done that. And I give you that opportunity to have this debate with me, to try and explain to me why the First Amendment needs to be broken. And be broken to the benefit of of at least John Kerry's political preference. Please explain that to me because I don't get it. Because when you say that it's correct that the First Amendment is a problem, I think you are the problem, Tim Haines. I think you have the misunderstanding. I think you are supporting authoritarian ideology because you have this misguided thought that somehow you are going to benefit from it. I don't think that's the correct case. But if you think I'm wrong, Tim Haines, I'm more than happy to dispute this with you. I will go to your news station and I will have that conversation with you. I will do it on mine live without any interruption, without any edit whatsoever. Name the day. And if anyone wants to send this to Tim Haines, please go right ahead. More than happy. I'm not hiding. I think that's evil. But maybe that's me. Maybe that's me. I wanted to go over it for you because I don't think anyone else in the news media is going to be covering this. They're not highlighting this. Yes, they will publish it in the back page, all the way back. The newspaper has 50 pages. It'll be on page 48. They're not going to put this up in the front. They're not going to have a panel on CNN talking about what John Kerry just said and whether or not it means they're going to destroy the First Amendment. They're going to hide from this as much as they can. Look, folks, you don't have to agree with me, but we believe in the First Amendment. And you should, I hope, you believe in my right as an American to be able to say what I think. And that you have the right, either in the chat or in a phone call calling in or in the comments after this is live, to tell me what you think. And as long as we're respectful, we can say whatever we want. And the only reason why I say respectful, because I prefer that. I'm asking you to be respectful. But we have the right to have any conversation we want because we're American citizens. We have the freedom of speech. And John Kerry wants to take that away from you. And he is implying that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the Democratic Party, and the WEF, the World Economic Forum, are all in favor of that idea. You should be scared. Vote blue no matter who. Look what he gets you. So I wanted to cover that story. And I covered it in detail, I suppose. Let's move on. So, moving on, there was, of course, other news that Biden and Harris unveiled a measure. They're trying to get rid of gun violence. And to do that, they think that their answer is we have to get rid of the quote-unquote ghost guns, 3D printed guns, which aren't a problem. There are maybe a few hundred crimes, maybe a dozen or so crimes, homicides, with a 3D printed gun. It's such a small category that the FBI does not count it by itself. When the FBI says, well, people died from blunt weapons or they died from handguns or shotguns or rifles, they break it out into all those different categories. You know what they don't have a category for? 3D printed guns. That's how few homicides happen, how few crimes are committed with 3D printed guns. They don't even have a category in the FBI. They have one for pistols, they have one for shotguns, they have rifles, they have explosives, they have strangulation, people being knifed and stabbed to death, poisoning. They've got categories for a whole bunch of ways that homicides happen. They have none for 3D printing because it's not significant. This is a scare tactic. This is the Biden-Harris administration trying to scare you into thinking that they're doing something. They want you to believe that they're doing something to make you better because Kamala wants to win the election. But they've said nothing about this. This isn't the problem. The problem is there are 13,000 illegal aliens in America, 13,000 convicted murderers in America that should never have been here. And if it weren't for the open border policies of the Democrats, both today and in the past, they wouldn't be here. American lives are endangered, and it's not because of a 3D printed gun. And guess what? The gangs don't care. The insane don't care. You can pass this 3D printing law, which affects almost zero of the population, but it doesn't affect a single gangbanger. It doesn't affect a single demented, insane individual. It doesn't affect the illegal aliens that are criminals convicted of murder that are walking our streets as we speak. None of them care. It's just a gimmick to get your vote. I mean, seriously, folks, it's just a gimmick to get your vote. Call it for what it is. And I know John Kerry's pissed off because I'm calling it out for what it is. Because if this was the problem, we would have solved this decades ago. It's not. The gun control efforts of Democrats are always take away your gun. Every single time. For 5 decades, the answer is take away your gun, take away your gun, take away your gun. Restrict people who can have a gun. And the criminals don't care. The insane don't care. Illegal aliens don't care. And that's where your crime's coming from. So it doesn't matter. They're targeting the wrong people. They're targeting the wrong issue. 3D guns aren't the problem. Gangbangers aren't running around with 3D printed guns. That's not the issue. The issue is they're gangs that are motivated by drugs and money, and they're the problem. They're doing the drive-bys. They're doing the black-on-black crime. Why aren't they dealing with that? Chicago is not filled with 3D printed guns. Detroit, St. Louis, LA, New York, Boston, Baltimore are not awash in 3D printed guns. That's not the problem. But they all have gangs. They all have drug problems. They all have mental health problems that they're trying to deal with. They all have illegal aliens that have flooded the system. There's your problem. In each and every one of those cities, there is no city in America where 3D printing guns is the problem, but I can point to almost every single, matter of fact, every single Democrat-run city in America where I can point to gangs, drugs, illegal aliens, and mental health as being the leading problems for why there's gun violence. Every single time. For the last 50 years. They're lying to you just to get your vote. Speaking of which, moving along, we have Mike Johnson passed a short-term stopgap funding bill. People may or may not have paid attention to that because it's been lost in most of the news. And I hate this because it's not because he made the deal. He cut a deal with Democrats. It's that it's avoiding answering the problem. We have another continuing resolution. We're going to fund the government until December, after the election, after we have nothing but lame ducks all in Congress, people who are not going to be there in January, and they're going to decide whether or not we get a budget. Guess what? We need to balance the budget. We don't need a continuing resolution. We need a resolution. We need to fund the government and do it or don't do it. Let the government shut down or fund the government, but do one or the other. Don't kick the can down the road because it only extends the problem and it never solves anything. And I think Mike Johnson failed. He's a failure because he didn't get it done. He kicked the can down the road to make it someone else's problem. And I think that is going to hurt America. That's my opinion. You may disagree with that. Okay. Let's go to, we're almost done. But I did want to talk about Mayor Adams. Now, my friend, Larry Sharp, had a lot more to say about this. Matter of fact, this is Larry Sharp talking about Eric Adams. Sorry for the screen pause, Larry. Not the best picture of you. But this is what he had to say.
Which is why you brought this up. Those of you who don't know what...
Whoop.
Okay, guys, this...
No, I don't want this. Sorry. 2, 3, 4. Come on. Get up there. Okay, wait. Go ahead,
He's going to stay and fight to the end. Doesn't matter. Fight all the way to the end. Here's why it matters for someone like me, which is why you brought this up. Those of you who don't know what happens, in New York City, we don't have like a vice mayor or lieutenant mayor. We have a position called the public advocate that is currently held by a guy named Jumaane Williams. Guy I know. I actually know him. We did a Brooklyn Cyclones home run derby together in 2022. So, and sadly, he beat me, but that's okay. He's also younger than me, so that's why. See, that's my excuse. I did get a home run. I did hit one home run. See, I can still hit home run. I did hit one home run in 2022, but they put me up against, just side note, him, another guy I forgot, and then a retired baseman. It must happen within 80 days. It must be the first Tuesday of a month within 80 days, which means probably the first Tuesday in January is my assumption. It will be a nonpartisan race because of New York City law and ranked choice voting. That's how New York City works. You'll get a ranked choice voting, nonpartisan. The hard part is you're going to have to get 7,500 signatures in a couple of weeks. That's the hard part. If you can't get that, you can't get on the ballot. If you're a member of the Democratic Republican Party, half. What a coincidence that is. You see the same BS when it comes to ballot access? If you are a Republican or a Democrat, you need 3,750. If you're independent, you need 7,500. Why? Because go to hell third parties. That's the reason. That's the reason. Because go to hell third parties.
So what is my friend Larry Sharpe talking about here? Well, what he's specifically talking about is Mayor Eric Adams, as many people may have heard, he's been indicted. He got arrested. He's been indicted for bribery and wire fraud. Really, bribery. $10 million. There's a allegation that he received $10 million in overseas funds, bribing him, and that he's been using that illegally. Now, here's the thing. Eric Adams wasn't hiding. He's the mayor of New York City, one of the, if not the, one of the most prominent cities in the world. To be the mayor of New York is incredible. One of the most largest, it is the largest city in the world, most densely populated, most people, most money. It's incredible. It's huge. He wasn't hiding. He got on CNBC the day after the election, told everyone that he's a practical progressive, and started hiring his family members for various positions. He had his buddies and was giving them jobs and contracts left and right. No one cared. Not one Democrat cared. The Biden-Harris administration didn't care. Cuomo didn't care. Kathy Hochul didn't care. Letitia James didn't care. No one, no Democrat gave a damn about his money or anything else. They didn't care about whether he was corrupt or not. It didn't matter because they're all corrupt. That's New York State for you. One of the most corrupt states in the nation. No one cared until Eric Adams said the truth. Until Eric Adams said illegal aliens are breaking New York. 200,000 illegal aliens coming through the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration are costing New York City alone, not New York State, New York City, $5 billion a year that we don't have. That it is destroying the infrastructure of New York. We don't have enough hotels. They're being put up in 3- and 4-star hotels. We don't have enough of them. We kicked out American citizens. We literally, under Mayor Adams, he kicked moms and kids out of shelters to put the illegal aliens into them instead. He gave the illegal aliens preferential treatment, was paying $60,000 for them to have room and board, and gave them an extra $13,000 to feed themselves, plus walking around money so they could go buy things. They don't have jobs. He's spending $73,000 per illegal alien, double the average income of an American citizen. All of this paid for by taxes. It's breaking New York. It was breaking New York. And Eric Adams said that, and he said it and said, so give more federal money to New York. You got to give more federal money to New York because it's an open border. And he refuses to close the New York border. He refuses to close the border for New York City. Even though he tells everyone the problem is illegal aliens. That the open border is breaking the city and it is destroying the quality of life of American citizens. But he'll keep the border open. He's going to keep the border open. He's going to keep on taking as many illegal aliens as possible. They're just going to come on in. Because he knows at the end of the day, The goal of the Democratic Party, as described by Kamala Harris in her interview with MSNBC, is that they want to have a path to citizenship so that these illegal aliens will always vote Democrat. They're going to buy their vote. Give them citizenship, they vote Democrat. That's the deal. And he knows that, but he's still going to complain. So he's going to keep on letting the illegal aliens come in, even though he knows it's destroying the city, even though he knows it's bankrupting the city, even though he knows this is harming American citizens. And he's going to keep the border open. He's going to keep accepting them. So is Kathy Hochul. But he's going to complain. And because he complained out loud, because he said this where it's affecting the 2024 election, it embarrassed the Biden-Harris administration. It makes them look bad. It makes Kathy Hochul look bad when you say, illegal aliens are breaking my city, but the open border policy says I take them, so I'll just keep taking them. I won't close the border because I'm a Democrat, but it's destroying the city. That's stupid. That's suicidal. It's obviously a problem, and Democrats recognize that, and they lost some votes. They lost donations. They looked bad. They got embarrassed. And because of that, right after he said that, all of a sudden, Eric Adams, all of his friends, suddenly were investigated by the IRS and the FBI. One after another. Every single person in his inner circle were suddenly being investigated by the FBI and the IRS. And now they finally got to him. What did they do? They took away all of his support structure. They made him an example for every single Democrat across the country that is elected. Oh, if you get out of line, if you leave the plantation, they will take out your entire support structure. Everybody who would support you, everybody who would stand by you, everybody that they thought might try to resist the Democratic Party's power, they investigated all of them, and they're all gone. They've been getting indictments. They've been locked up. They've been having their assets frozen. They were the example first, and then they went after Eric Adams. And now when he is alone, when he has no political support, when he has no financial support, when he has no friends and confidants nearby that he can speak to, he's alone, he's defenseless, and they said, and now we drop the hammer. Here's a $10 million wire fraud case, which is stupid. If they thought this was a problem, they've had years to investigate him. They have had years to show this. The money was obvious and open for everyone. He didn't hide any damn thing. They could have done this at any time they wanted. It's the same thing with Andrew Cuomo, who was the disgraced former governor of New York State. He had 11. The initial charge against him were 7 attempts at sexual assault. Letitia James came out and publicly said she found 11, not the initial 7 she was investigating. She found 11 actual cases of sexual abuse by Andrew Cuomo against women in his administration. 11 actual sexual assault cases, and she charged him with none of them. She let him walk. Why? Because the lesson for Andrew Cuomo was shut up, resign. You're becoming too much of a problem. Andrew Cuomo was found to have he led to 16,000 American citizens dying. He effectively killed 16,000 Americans with his policy decisions during the lockdowns. And then he covered that up, as reported by his secretary to the Democratic Party. The state legislature were all in a meeting with Andrew Cuomo's secretary, as she told them they were going to cover this up, hide it from the FBI, hide it from the public, because it was a political disgrace. So when he got caught, and when it was finally too much of an embarrassment, they said, shut up, or you're going to go to jail for 11 sexual assault cases, because they didn't want to touch anything to do with the lockdowns. They didn't want to remind people of how they locked people in their homes, turned them into prisoners in their own home for the flu. So instead, they went after the sexual assault cases, which is embarrassing. And they told him, shut up, resign, and you get to keep all of the donations you got throughout all the years. $20 million in donations. You get to keep that, but you don't get to stay governor. Get out. Shut up and do it. And he did. And they let him walk away from all the crimes that they found actually happened. Eric Adams wasn't smart enough to do that. He didn't have enough friends to do that. Eric Adams didn't have the political power he thought he had to do that. So instead, he's getting indicted and is likely to be locked up because he has no friends. He doesn't have $20 million in a trust fund, in a donation fund waiting to be given to other Democrats. He doesn't have enough allies like Andrew Cuomo built up over a decade. He doesn't have that. So he's on his own. He's going to be kicked out. So that means Jumaane Williams steps up temporarily to become mayor of New York, and it becomes a free-for-all, a special election, and you will see everyone come out of the woodwork. There is already a conservative who, Jason Murillo, Murillo, Murillo. Jason Murillo, who's a candidate right now, he's in Manhattan. He's already announced that he is looking to run in the special election, if it happens, to become New York mayor, conservative candidate. So we're already hearing people line up. And Larry Sharpe himself, as you heard, and you may have seen if you were watching this, he said himself that if he can get 7,500 signatures, double what is required for a Democrat, so the bias is already set. And this is how they rig the election for New York City mayor. Oh, they only need 3,750. Half as many. Why? Because they're Democrats and they control New York. So it's real easy for Jumaane Williams if he wants the job. Harder for everyone else. And they won't have 3 months to get that done. They'll have weeks to get it done. 1 or 2 weeks to get all the signatures to make it almost impossible for anyone except the approved people. An approved Republican, an approved Democrat will be the only ones to run. Now, Larry Sharpe may run, and I think Larry has enough exposure. He has enough name recognition. I think he has enough people in the Libertarian Party and other parties to get the signatures, to make it in time. And he could run for mayor in the special election. But it just tells you how rigged this is, how corrupt this is. It's insane. All because he told the truth that illegal aliens are breaking this country. Because he told the truth and said, we can't afford this, that this is unsustainable, that we don't have the infrastructure to take care of these people with an open border. We need to close the border. We need to enforce the laws that already exist. It's not like there aren't laws for this. They're already there. We need to enforce the laws that already exist. We need to close the border. We need to get control of this situation. We need to vet these illegal aliens because we have at least 13,000 that are convicted murderers running around our country. We need to get a hold of this. We have at least 378 known or suspected terrorists that are in America plotting, some of them plotting to kill other Americans. We know this for a fact. We need to close this down. But the answer is, if you speak about that as a Democrat, you get what happened to Eric Adams. Here's the lesson. You can be like Joe Manchin. Resign. Get out the party. You're kicked out. Kyrsten Sinema. kicked out the party. Andrew Cuomo, kicked out. If you speak up, if you say something, if you become a hindrance to Democrats maintaining power, you get kicked out. You get kicked to the side, to the curb, and they throw you away. And it's a lesson for every other Democrat. If you speak up, yeah, you'll become like Joe Manchin if you have a lot of friends. You'll become like Andrew Cuomo if you have a lot of money that you got in a war chest that you've received off of donations. And if you don't have a lot of friends, you don't have a lot of power, and if you don't have a lot of money that has been donated to you, well, then you become Eric Adams. None of this resolves the corruption because they don't care about the corruption. This has never been about corruption, at least not in fixing the corruption. No, this is about maintaining. This is about maintaining the corruption that already exists, about not shaking the apple cart, making sure that all the Democrats remain in power and that no one questions what they're doing. Just like John Kerry said, this is about killing free speech. Oh, you're elected? You don't get to talk against the party. You have to toe the line. You're on the plantation. Stay on the plantation. At least that's the way I see it. All right, guys. So we've been on for 5 hours. Wow. Time goes by fast, doesn't it? And I enjoy having the conversations with each and every one of you. I really do. I know people are watching this, and I didn't say it earlier. I keep forgetting to say this, but please, if you've made it through any part of the 5 hours I've spent speaking with you about all these different issues that we speak about in different ways week after week, well over a year now in a row. This is year 7 of our program. All we ask is that you like, share, and subscribe. That's it. Like, share, subscribe. That's all I ask for, because it will help us reach more people. Our goal, 5,000 subscribers. The same thing that I have for the Old Man Voss Entertainment. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm not trying to be the biggest or the best. I'm not going to take on Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder. Not even trying. We just want to reach more people, to have conversations like this with you every Sunday, to have more people involved, and to remind the politicians, yes, we are paying attention. When John Kerry says we've got to protect the First Amendment by breaking the First Amendment, I'm going to call him out. And I want him and every Democrat to know, all the elected officials, the establishment to know, we're paying attention. And no, we're not going to go along with that. We're not just going to comply. We're going to resist that, because that's a First Amendment fundamental right given by God, not from government. And they don't get to take that away from us. Yeah, we're going to have these conversations. We're going to remind people that we are paying attention to what's happening overseas, that Joe Biden or anyone who's in the presidency, you know what? You don't get to have an ongoing, undeclared war like we have right now in the Red Sea against the Houthis that we've been fighting for 10 months in a row. We're fighting in the Red Sea. It's a war. We need to have goals. We have to have missions. We have to have approval. We have to follow the law. We can't just have these wars going on willy-nilly just because it's politically advantageous at the moment. That's not the way we get things resolved. That doesn't help America. It doesn't help the world. These are the things that I think, and this is why I ask you. Even if you don't agree 100%, matter of fact, I don't expect anyone to agree with me 100%. But even if you don't agree 75% or 50%, even if you hate what I've had to say, hopefully you believe in the First Amendment enough that you think I should be able to say it. And that's why I ask you to like. Just give us a like. And if you do agree, please go and subscribe. Share it and subscribe. Because it makes a difference. It's a huge difference to me and to my ability to keep doing this week after week after week, because this costs a lot of money to do this. It's very difficult, time consuming, it's very expensive. But I want to have more interviews with people like Blaine Pardoe. I do want to have more interviews with people like Larry Sharp. I do want to travel to different events like Freedom Fest and CPAC and provide live coverage and interviews from those events. But it costs money. So you can donate $1.50 to my Patreon. It's pretty damn cheap there. It's not even the cost of a cup of coffee. $1.50. But I know we are in a recession. We're not going into it. We're already in a recession. I know there is a global food crisis. I know there's 30% less food in the world, and there is food inflation. So you may not be able to afford $1.50. If you can, join my Patreon. If you can't, just like, share, subscribe. I really, really appreciate the support. With that said, folks, I thank you, each and every one, for being with me these 5 hours today, Sunday, the 29th, covering all of these different issues, many of which you are not going to see in the mainstream media. They are not going to take the time to have this conversation with you, to actually explain the issues to you, to actually go through all of the details. They're going to gloss right over this, and they'll say it in 30 seconds and leave out all the context, all of the details, and they'll tell you, don't worry about it, it's okay. They'll take care of it. They're from the government, and they'll take care of it. They're from the news media. They know what's important. For your life, they know what you need to do. I don't agree with that. That's why I want to talk with you and give you all the details and all the information and give you my insight on that. And then you get to make up your own mind. You get to make your own decisions because you have agency, because I think you are intelligent. I don't know who you are. You're across this United States. You're around the world. I know we have people who watch this program in 100 different countries. And every one of you are smart enough to make your own mind up on what you want to think about everything that we've covered here today and what I've had to say. I look forward to hearing your comments about it, but I'm going to keep coming back. I'm not going to let them suppress me. I refuse to bow down to John Kerry or the Democrats or anyone else who says I don't have the First Amendment. Yes, I do. It's a God-given gift, and I'm not going to give it up. And I will hopefully inspire more of the people in Hong Kong to once again raise up the American flag and sing the American anthem, because the beacon of freedom in terms of the free speech will continue to be observed on this channel. Well, folks, that's what I had to say today. I thank you for joining us. We will be back every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I thank you for that. I hope you'll check out my conversation with Blaine Pardoe on October 5th at 3 p.m. That's on Saturday for the entertainment channel Old Man Voss. And until then, I want you all to be well. Thank you.